Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go! It is a Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our first hour of the show, we will get you started with the latest rankings in the college football playoff as Texas gets the hook. Who's in, who's out as of now. In 20 minutes, NFL news. Justin Herbert injured but still playing while the Steelers make an addition to their receiving core, but will it make a difference? And then in 40 minutes, it's our streaming corner as we hit the midweek of the show. And apparently, Chelsea, it's sweatshirt, it's hoodie Wednesday on the show.
Well, it is cold, and specifically in my house because I made the desperation mistake of turning on the air last night because it was hot in the bedroom, and like I don't sleep well when I'm hot. So I was like, okay, I'll turn on the air for a little bit, and then I'll wake up and I'll turn the heat back on because it's like 28 degrees outside. I did not wake up, and so when I woke up with my alarm, the house is 62 degrees. So it is very cold inside our house. I turned it on to heat now, but that was not a great decision in the moment.
That is okay. That is 62. That is freezing. Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, I think most people like it cool when they sleep because it feels good when it's cold and you're like bundled up and warm. But 62 is like, wake up with frostbite.
Well, I didn't turn it to 62. Do you get what I'm saying? So I turned on the air to put it on 70 because that's what I wanted the temperature to be at. Because obviously, if it's on heat, it won't go any lower than like the number, and it's not going to get cooler. Yeah. So like I turned it on 70, and I turned the air on for like a little bit just to cool off, and then I fell asleep. And so here we stand with 62 degrees in my house.
Yeah, that's nasty here. This is when like seasonal depression kicks in for people because it's dark early. I mean, not to be depressing or anything, but you know what I mean? It's dark outside. You look out and you're like, oh, is it 10 o'clock? You're like, no, it's 5:30. And then it's cold. You know what I mean? So you kind of got to keep yourself going. That's why we're all in the hoodies today. But it's a Wednesday. We're going to have a great show. And our bets were, last night.
You don't have to sugarcoat it. It's fine. All right. So my best bet of the night was UC San Diego getting 4.5 points on the road at Nevada, one of the hottest shooting teams in college basketball thus far. I needed them to lose by 4 points or fewer. They lost by 6. So what are you going to do? I don't regret it. UCSD had a terrible shooting night compared to their other games. Shot 26% from the three-point line and 40% from the field. So even with those bad shooting splits, they were still very much in this game. I just needed them to keep it a little bit closer.
Well, I thought I had a win last night. Going to bed, Stars were on top 2-1, third period. I was like, you know what? I'm going to call it early. I'm going to wake up to a dub. And I woke up to the Rangers beating the Stars in overtime 3-2, so that was a loss. The Donkster, I mean, okay, fine. He got a win. He had the Avs on the money line, your favorite team, the Avs. Minus 375 on the money line. Never make a bet like that. But it worked. They were hosting the Canucks. The Avs have been an absolute wagon this season. So for the week, Chelsea, you are 0-2. I am 0-1. Denton is 0-2. But the Donkster holding things down at 1-0. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you along with us. Last night on ESPN, we saw the college football rankings released for the upcoming playoff. No real changes at the top. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech, though we saw Texas A&M drop. So at 5, you've got Oregon, followed by Ole Miss at 6. Not punished because Lane Kiffin is leaving. A&M at 7. Oklahoma, Bama, Notre Dame, and then BYU and Miami round out the top 12. Texas at 13, Vanderbilt at 14. It looks like the Longhorns are not going to make it in, like we talked about yesterday. BYU has a chance, but they almost have to beat Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game, or they are probably out. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of movement near the top. Certainly something's going to happen when Ohio State plays Indiana, but because both of those teams are so good, whoever loses that game probably won't drop very far. But we do get dicey when you get down to 10, 11, 12 based on what happens in the ACC, what happens in the American, and, of course, there's the debate, Notre Dame versus Miami. Miami moved a little bit closer to Notre Dame, but still behind the Irish.
Yeah, it feels like to me, now is the time where you actually look at the bracket and you say, okay, because seeding matters. Like last year we saw, like, say, Penn State had a really easy pathway where they got to face SMU, then Boise State in their first two games. So that's where the 6 and the 7 team, and I know some kid at home, 6, 7, but you look at Ole Miss, and I think a lot of us were wondering if the committee was going to punish them for losing their head coach. Doesn't feel like they did because Ole Miss somehow is now at the 6th spot. We know Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to be calling the play, so maybe there's some faith there in the offense with him at the helm. But if you look at Ole Miss and if you look at the bracket as it stands right now, they would be playing either Virginia, whoever wins the ACC, or JMU, as opposed to who is the 7 seed, who I believe would be playing Notre Dame or Miami or Alabama. So that is a big difference between the 6 and the 7 seed.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is most fascinating here. And I think it's the ACC, right? Where, look, if Virginia wins, they are in. But if Duke wins, that's going to have a lot of repercussions. If the Blue Devils win, the ACC very likely won't have a team in the college football playoff, which is kind of crazy to think about. And then if that happens, well, then maybe we could see someone like JMU slip in. We could have 2 group of 5 teams if that happens. I think that's the real linchpin this weekend. I don't think that's going to happen because Duke has 5 losses on the season, and I think Virginia is underrated. But doesn't that feel like the one game that could really shake everything up?
Well, that or if somehow BYU beats Texas Tech,
true.
like that would be a big one. But I don't think a lot of people are banking on that to happen. But like it's college football and anything can happen. And I think we have seen as far as conference championships go, the committee usually does not punish teams as much, or at least the 1-year sample size that we have of this. Because remember, SMU lost in the ACC championship game to Clemson, but was not punished. So that's where some of the other dominoes start to fall for teams like Alabama. Like if their performance even matters against Georgia, because one would think you shouldn't be punished for losing in your conference championship game. But I mean, it's the committee. Like it's such a nebulous thing because a lot of it is just what the committee decides. And we've seen like some of these wonky rules where it feels like we're going to be arguing about Notre Dame versus Miami till the year 2028. So I don't know what to do with that one, but it's definitely somebody's going to be mad at the end of the season.
Yeah, Miami is right there on the edge. So they're probably not going to make the playoff, but you said it. The real domino that would fall, that would really shake things up, besides Duke winning, is BYU upsetting Texas Tech. And I think I looked at the line at this game yesterday, and I believe Texas Tech is favored by 11.5. I mean, the Red Raiders have been a wagon, so that would be a massive upset. But if that happens, then the Cougars drop out, and Miami probably slides in. So just like Texas kind of has a shot, BYU kind of has a shot, JMU kind of has a shot, and right now we're seeing the line. Texas Tech is now getting the money there, now a 12.5-point favorite over BYU. There are some teams right there on the cusp, but everything's just going to have to fall the right way, and we're going to have to see some big upsets.
Yeah, so I think, because I was thinking about Texas, and you're right, I don't think they have a pathway. I think a lot of things would have to happen, and then it comes down to, okay, is the committee really going to punish Alabama for losing in their conference championship game? And it feels like the answer is no. So I don't think that Texas or Vanderbilt really have a pathway. I would imagine the odds kind of cement that as well. I haven't checked, but I'd imagine even before yesterday's rankings, they were pretty long shots. I know Vandy was like 50-1 or something like that. So it might be the end of the road for Texas, but I don't know. Like, college football is the ultimate chaos. It's just there's some other things that could be interesting as well, where there could be a pathway where Notre Dame falls out of the college football playoff because they're sitting at the 10 spot, which is a dangerous spot to be because you're certainly not guaranteed anything. It depends on some of these conference championship games. And obviously, if BYU would win, you know, you'd have to put them over Notre Dame, one would think.
And what is Notre Dame's best win this season? Seriously. I'm looking right now. I'm looking at what they've done. And yes, they're number 10 in the country. What is it?
Is it USC?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. They beat USC. They lost to Texas A&M. They lost to Miami. Yes, they beat USC. That's it. Their strength of schedule has been very, very weak this season. So that's the case against the Irish, which is, okay, you really haven't played anyone. And if you have a loss. And that's why Sark was going off when it comes to Texas, saying, why would we play a tough schedule then? And he didn't specifically name Notre Dame, but it's an example of you really haven't played anyone. You have one decent win, and I think that mentality is right, which is if it's really just about wins and losses, then you don't want to challenge your team outside of the conference. So unless the rules change, unless the committee changes the way it ranks teams or whatever they take into account, we're going to see less of these big-time non-conference matchups. And that's just the adjustment that these teams are going to have to make because we're seeing right now it really is about wins and losses, I think, more so than it is strength of schedule.
And it's sad to say that because I do like seeing the big non-conference matchups. And maybe it's different if you don't play in the SEC or if you don't play the schedule that Texas did. Because there are teams in the SEC that did not have that tough of a schedule. Like looking at Texas A&M, their schedule wasn't really that tough. So I think a lot of it just kind of depends on your SEC teams that you're playing that specific year. But I think as far as Miami and Notre Dame go, though, like, do you really think that the committee would put Notre Dame ahead of Miami for all these weeks? And then in a week where nobody plays, that they would leapfrog them somehow? Like, that's what I keep getting stuck on. You can argue with a wall and say, like, Miami deserves to be in over Notre Dame. It just feels like they would not change their criteria after a week where they don't play, right?
Right. Yeah, I can't imagine that. It wouldn't make any sense. And then all of a sudden, everything looks like a one-game sample size, which you can't have. If they're taking the totality of the season into effect, and I understand that if you lose a game you shouldn't lose, you know, if you're someone, or you win a game you shouldn't win, like BYU, for example, you know, that makes a big difference. But if you're talking about these two teams in particular, I can't imagine that a result this weekend would change a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't think so. Or at least there's not a logic-based pathway for it to do so. Like, I guess they can do whatever they want at the end of the day, but it just wouldn't really make a ton of sense. But as far as some of these matchups go, because I am kind of excited about some of these, like in the first round, we could potentially get a rematch of Oklahoma and Alabama. And that game would be in Norman, I believe. And we know Oklahoma has already beaten Alabama in Tuscaloosa. That would be a good one. And then, you know, the 7-10 matchup where it's Texas A&M going against probably Notre Dame at that 10 spot.
Yeah. And then you have Ole Miss, which we haven't touched on them a whole lot, but this whole song and dance between Lane Kiffin, Ole Miss, and LSU has been pretty interesting. So, of course, Lane releases this statement. He wanted to coach LSU through their bowl game, but Ole Miss didn't want it to happen, which is totally understandable. So he goes to LSU and says, if you're not on the plane with me, then you're not coming. So Charlie Weiss Jr. will eventually join the LSU staff, but he has Lane's blessing to continue coaching Ole Miss through their bowl game. And I'm glad to see the committee did not punish Ole Miss for losing their head coach, because then you're punishing the players.
Yeah, it almost felt like they gave him like a little bit of sympathy credit too.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we'll give you that spot. And again, like seeding matters because their pathway will be significantly easier, at least on paper, when they face like a group of 6 team or whatever in their first round game.
Ole Miss is a really good team too. And Charlie Weiss Jr. absolutely knows the Rebels. So it's a team we're not really talking about because it's almost like, well, Lane's gone. It's over. I mean, he's a hell of a head coach, but it's not like they forgot how to play football. So it'll be fascinating to see how they perform while Lane is down in Baton Rouge. Coming up next here on the show, how about we go to the NFL? The Steelers add to their lineup, but will it really help the guys in Steel City? I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Wednesday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you along with us. Coming up on the show, it's already December, and the Steelers are making moves. Will it make a difference? We've got NFL news coming your way. Chelsea, before that, I mentioned last week that Mr. Pibb is coming back. Bit of nostalgia. And I guess this is a trend now because nostalgia is coming back into the fold, whether it's on TikTok, different socials, whatever. Now, RC Cola is coming back as well. Do you remember RC Cola at all? Because this goes way back. This is one of the most, I guess, historical colas, founded in 1905. In the 60s, it was the number 3 soda in America, and then it just kind of fell off. Apparently, it's still popular in the Midwest, but it's owned by Keurig Dr. Pepper. And so because nostalgia is coming back into the fold, RC Cola is going to be appearing on your supermarket shelves sooner than later. Do you care? Do you even know what RC Cola is? It's old school.
I've definitely heard of it. I thought it was like a store brand. I didn't realize it was owned by like one of the big brands because I feel like I remember seeing it like birthday parties where they had like 2 liters of like the cheapest knockoff sodas that you could find.
Right.
Because they didn't want to do cans. So it's like that big bowl of ice that's been melting for 2 hours. And it's like, kids, scoop your own drinks. That sounds like a great idea for 6-year-olds. But it's not one of those drinks that I know any hardcore fans of. Like, I don't think I can name a single person that's like, oh, RC Cola's back. No, it's because it's the same thing essentially as Coke or Pepsi, right?
Yeah.
It's just Coke or
It's
cola,
just a
I should
regular
say.
cola. Just a basic cola. So apparently, I was reading about this yesterday. I always find it fascinating when brands that were thought to be dead are revived for whatever reason. And so apparently this was the first ever cola to be sold in aluminum cans as well. So they have a little bit of cool history there. I guess John Wayne used to advertise for RC Cola back in the day. But nostalgia is coming back in a big way. So I don't know. Maybe I'll find myself an RC Cola and have one.
What demographic do you think will actually drink this, though? Because I think it would have to be older people, right? And here's the thing as well. I feel like Cokes and sodas have kind of fallen out of the zeitgeist almost, where I understand people still very much drink Diet Coke and people drink, sodas. But now we've seen a shift towards like wellness and like health.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Where not as many people just their go-to drink is sodas. People don't drink that with every meal, which is a good thing because it's not good for you. But I just feel like if you're trying to target the younger demographic, which it doesn't sound like they are, this is not a demographic that's going to be buying RC Cola.
But you know what? I think it might be. I think this is exactly who they're going to go after. Because this younger generation, it's really fascinating. They're big on nostalgia, and they don't drink a lot of alcohol, for example. Like, they don't spend a lot when they go out. Like, my generation is you go out, you get drinks, and especially here in D.C. as someone who is always getting food and drink, more and more you'll see a ton of non-alcoholic options, which is not a complaint, but that is something that would have been impossible to find maybe a decade ago. And it's because the younger generation is more interested in not really drinking alcohol, having non-alcoholic beverages, or drinking something more traditional or something that is nostalgic that maybe we haven't done in years or that passed us by a long time ago. So I think it's actually going to be geared towards a younger demographic.
Because I don't know if it's nostalgic for people younger than me. Because, like, I barely remember it. So I don't know if it's like, does it count as nostalgia if they, like, don't remember it? And, like, here's the thing. Here's the separate conversation that I think is, like, kind of on the same wavelength. I honestly think coffee has replaced Coke and sodas as, like, the little treat yourself thing. Because it used to be, have a Coke. Treat yourself to a Coke.
Yeah.
And now it feels like everybody's little treat is coffee.
Yeah, that's true. And also because coffee has evolved in such a way. Like, there was a time when Starbucks wasn't really a thing, right? coffee shops. If you went into a coffee shop, it was, I'll have a couple donuts and just pour me a cup of coffee,
Right.
And now you can have it a trillion different ways so that it can be an actual treat. So totally agree with that. Do you agree that Adam Thielen joining the Steelers will help Pittsburgh? So he wanted his release from the Vikings, and that is understandable because they are awful. He wants to play. He only has 8 catches this season for 69 yards in 11 games, 35 years old. Has had a great career, but certainly at the tail end of his career. And so the Steelers have also waived cornerback Darius Slay, but this just doesn't feel like it moves the needle for me. I will say this, though. If Aaron Rodgers, and it's not even an if, he is clearly frustrated with the guys on the roster, at least some of the guys in his receiving room, who when he checks down, they're not running the right routes. He alluded to, after that loss to the Bills, that maybe guys aren't necessarily showing up on time for film sessions. You could sense that frustration. So to bring in a veteran and a true professional, I think at least in that aspect will help.
Yeah, at least he will know the routes that are being run, and he's going to at least study the playbook, right? And he's also a veteran that kind of knows the layout of the game. And I think there will be a mutual understanding between Aaron Rodgers and Adam Thielen what you need to do to prepare for game day. And the other interesting part of this is Adam Thielen's wife posted like a monologue on Instagram about how this is not about wins and losses, because people look at the Vikings and they're like, oh, he wants to trade it off a bad team. And she said it was more about him wanting to actually play because he just wasn't getting that much playing time with the Vikings. And he says he just wants to be on the field. He's a competitor, and this is probably his last season. So when you have all that in mind, of course, he's going to come to the field prepared. When you think of that and you're like, hey, this is the last ride for him, like he's going to give it all he has, because after this, there is no more football.
I totally agree with that. I mean, it's easy to say, oh, you didn't want to play on a losing team. You went to the Steelers, not as bad as the Vikings.
Right, they're 6-6.
Right, let's not act like the Steelers are suddenly making a serious run. They're going to be lucky to make the playoffs. They're favored not to make the playoffs. Yeah, he went to a 500 team to play with a veteran quarterback who can get him the football. I mean, yeah, he's not Justin Jefferson. I get that. But also his quarterbacks right now are Max Brosmer and J.J. McCarthy. So, yeah, I totally believe that. It's not like he left and said, I'm going to go play for the Rams, or I'm going to go play for the Bears, or any team that is right there near the top, or the Bills, whoever it may be. He went to play for a team that can use him, where he can get the football. So I totally buy that.
How do you feel about significant others putting out statements like this? Because, like, as somebody who is a significant other to somebody who played baseball for a long time, I get it, and I understand how much you are in the fire with them every single day, because you're obviously there at night, you're their support system. So, like, I get it, and I feel like if you want to hear, like, somebody who knows the game backwards and forwards, talk to the wives. Like, they know everything, man, but I feel like some people were commenting on this. I'm like, well, why doesn't he say this himself? Do you think it's out of bounds?
No, I kind of have mixed feelings about it. I honestly don't even think it's a sports thing. It's just you're taking up for someone that you love, who you feel like is misunderstood. Like, I've had the lovely Catherine do this for me, and like, I'm not suggesting for any millisecond I'm on the level of a pro athlete, so don't say that. That's not what I'm saying. But it could be some sort of video that we post on Instagram, and then someone makes a comment, and I see Catherine going, I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm going to get here to say something. I'm not some sort of massive public-facing figure. There's no need to take up for me, but she's just like, this is wrong, and I'm going to say something about it. And so I think you see this across all sorts of walks, whether it's sports, whether it's journalism, whatever it is. It doesn't really bother me. I think it bothers me when people insert themselves unnecessarily, like put themselves in the forefront just to promote themselves, like Jordan Hudson. Like, she's not necessarily taking up for Bill Belichick. She wants the spotlight, right? She just, me. Here, it's, I'm taking up for my husband. So that can be a dicey thing, but I understand it.
Yeah, and she's speaking to his character.
Right.
And I think, obviously, when it is a matter of character, and like some guys are just not outspoken. Like, I haven't followed Adam Thielen on social media. I don't even know if he has a social media, but he's not somebody who's like out there beating his chest about his character. So I understand if you're somebody's significant other, or hell, even their like best friend or mom or something. And if somebody's like, he's only ring chasing, which going to the 6-6 Steelers, not so much. But she is saying this is not about wins and losses. This is about he just wants to play, which I think is fair, as opposed to, I feel like the comparison would be like, you see some of the things that like Kelly Stafford says on her podcast about like the weird games that they used to play in college where she's like, I'm going to date the backup quarterback to make him jealous. It's like, all right, maybe keep that one for your friends.
That's what I'm talking about, where I'm like, this is not necessary. Right. This isn't you taking up for your husband. It's actually like, no, I wouldn't tell that story to anyone, actually. I'd be like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And I'll just keep that under lock and key. And it's like, I think I'll tell this story on my podcast. Like, okay. So there is a difference there. When you're defending someone's character as opposed to, let me tell you what I did on the low here. maybe not the best way to go about it. Justin Herbert is day-to-day for the LA Chargers. Had surgery on his left hand on Monday. And it's crazy that he's day-to-day after surgery. So he said he was struggling to hold on to the football. He has minor surgery. Eagles are in LA this week, and the Chargers 3-point dogs. And right now, the Chargers to make the playoffs, minus 160, or minus 140, I should say, is yes. No is plus 115. Early in the year, I think we both really loved the Chargers and how they were playing. And I feel like, at least for me, they've kind of fallen off the radar a little bit. Do you trust the Chargers? How are you feeling about L.A.?
As somebody who trusted the Chargers last year, and then Justin Herbert looked absolutely terrible in the postseason, maybe I shouldn't trust them again this year. But here's the thing. Even if Justin Herbert is back on the field, we've seen this with other quarterbacks. When they play through injuries, sometimes they're not as effective. Like we're seeing this with Daniel Jones right now, where he's still playing and he's still on the field, but you can tell that he is not 100% and he's not as good of a runner because he's dealing with some injuries. We've seen this in the past with like Baker Mayfield, who played through a shoulder injury and really struggled to make some of the throws. So I don't know if that's going to be the case for Justin Herbert. I am not a doctor, but I will say this speaks to his toughness. Doesn't this feel like the ultimate football guy move? Where he's like, yeah, I have surgery on Monday, but we got a game this weekend. I'll be fine for that.
Yeah.
Almost feels like they take on the personality of their head coach, and it's fitting because obviously Jim Harbaugh is their coach, and he is the ultimate football guy as well.
Harbaugh. Yeah.
Harbaugh.
We haven't done that in a while. Yeah, I think Justin Herbert is one of the more underrated players in the game. You talk about the great quarterbacks, and I feel like he's kind of always just kind of hovering around that discussion. But super tough guy, and reminds me kind of Matthew Stafford in that way, where they're always kind of banged up, and yet they play. Like, Stafford just blows my mind. I'll never forget. But in the preseason, the guy was not working out with the team. He's like, he's got a bad back. He's not really practicing. And I thought, well, this is not a good sign. He's not even working out with the team. He's got a bad back. And yet, right now, he's second in the MVP race, just behind Drake May. So Drake May is minus 120. Matt Stafford is plus 115. And so I marvel at guys like a Justin Herbert, like a Matthew Stafford, where there's always something going on because they're always banged up. They're always taking hits, and yet they find a way to get out there. And I think you're right, particularly when it comes to Justin Herbert. He mirrors Jim Harbaugh in a big way.
Yeah, which is a nice departure from some of the coaches that he's had with the Chargers. Because it's interesting the legacy that Justin Herbert has, because we're getting deeper in his career and he really has nothing on the trophy case to show for it. For somebody who was compared to like a more athletic Aaron Rodgers, like it almost feels like he's the guy that's had so much potential, but maybe some of it's been wasted by terrible coaches and charging over the last few years, where I don't know if I have like a correct perception on him. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you watch him play, you're like, oh, this guy should be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. But then you look at the numbers and like the postseason accolades, and they just don't match up.
I think that's what it comes down to ultimately, right? Like, he's a very good quarterback. When he's on his game, he's as good as anyone. But at some point, if you want to establish yourself as an elite player, you have to have some sort of postseason success. And last year was a perfect example, where he had a great regular season, was just an absolute wagon, and then the wheels fell off in the postseason. So if he has that playoff success, then I think the narrative will change, and he certainly has plenty of time and the head coach to make that happen. Coming up next here on the show, it is the Wednesday, so we'll keep our hoodies on and then dive into my streaming corner, find out what we've been watching. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for waking up with us.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Is that good radio? Just me humming along with the instrumental? Probably not. Coming up on the show, a review of Stranger Things 5 with the kids all grown up. One of my favorite parts of it. I saw pictures yesterday of my cousin and her little girl. And you talk about feeling old, like watching kids grow up. Like my cousin Adele, we bonded many years ago at a family reunion. And I had never met her. She was just a little girl. But she remembered me just reading to her during that time. And it always like stuck out in her head. Like, oh, I remember when Cousin Michael sat me down and we were at this family reunion. He just read books to me and we just kind of hung out. And this was in Texas, but they always lived here in the D.C. area. So when I came here 20 years ago, I reconnected with her and her family. And then she just had a baby girl like, I don't know, 2 months ago. So I'm like, I remember when you were little and now you're grown and you have a young child. And you know what that means? That means I'm old. That means I'm watching Carlos Boozer's kids at Duke and Tim Hardaway Jr.
Oh, man.
And just like things like that just blow my mind. Makes me feel my age. I'm like, yeah, you used to be small. And I know I sound like such a stereotype. I remember when you were this big. Look at you now. But now that's where I am.
Well, because it's so easy to see time when it comes to kids. Because, like, think about it. Like, somebody who goes from, like, 35 to 45, maybe there's some changes and maybe you have a few more wrinkles and maybe, like, you gain a pound or two. But, like, for kids, there's massive changes.
Yeah.
Even within a year. Like, you know,
It's
you
true.
see the development and how much has changed in a child. So I think when you look at somebody's kid or if you have kids, it's just a reminder of how fast time actually does go.
Yeah, and I just always think of people the same way. All the time.
Right.
All the time. I've said this before. My friends have to remind me. Like, I talk like it was 20 years ago. Because in my mind, I'm like, that's who they are. And I'll never forget my friend Ben last year going, Cenk, you know when we're 40s, right? Like, I'm 42. And I was like, oh, yeah. But I feel like it's a wonderful virtue. Like you see someone as you've always seen them as opposed to seeing them age. But then sometimes it hits me in the face like, oh yeah, we've known each other for 20 years. It's a tough thing to absorb sometimes.
Yeah, life is hard, man.
Yeah,
and then
man.
seeing your parents age, like that's the tough one. Because especially if you have like, because obviously my mom's dealing with stuff, but like for my dad who, like you look at, because my dad's like a big guy, he played football and basketball in college. And like you always think of them as like invincible and like nothing's ever going to happen to them. And then you see them like, you know, barely getting up the stairs. And you're like, oh, this is not a good feeling.
Yeah.
Like I hate that. So it's just, you know, to put a bow on it, it's one of those things to really sit back and appreciate the moment, like especially with the holidays coming up, like because things will always be changing. And like this might be the only Christmas you get without some huge life change. Like obviously not to get too deep, but you get what I'm saying. So like this holiday, appreciate the moment and maybe don't be swearing at the screen when your prop doesn't hit and like an NBA Christmas game.
No, I totally agree. That's the right way to look at it. Like sometimes my mom, and not sometimes, my mom is always blowing me up, like all the time. Texts, emails, you know, Instagram, you know, she's commenting on every video that we make. And sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, Mom. But then I'm like, you know what? I'm glad that Mom is still here and supporting me. And best video ever. Great points. If you see someone post that on our video and someone has like 5 numbers after their name, it's definitely my mom, you know, but it's always like, oh, another great video. And so, you know, I take a step back and say, Michael, this is your mom supporting you. So that's a wonderful thing. Yes. And it's that season, so if you have your friends and family around you, definitely appreciate the moment and appreciate the season. One thing we appreciate is not just watching sports, but also firing up a few things that we can watch in our off time.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Stranger Things 5. It's great. Worth the wait. So they released 4 episodes that you can stream between now and Christmas. And I think on Christmas Day or thereabouts, they're going to release the rest of the episodes up until New Year's. Some sort of plan like that. But we've been waiting forever, and the kids have grown. But I will say that they do a great job with it. So essentially, this is set in the fall of 1987 with the kids trying to kill Vecna and Elle's powers at their peak. Of course, you've got Millie Bobby Brown. You have Winona Ryder, Finn Wolfhard, Natalia Dyer. I mean, so many great actors and actresses in this. And man, with all of the buildup, because Stranger Things started years ago, like forever ago. And yet here it is, season 5. But they really put the work in to make the dialogue work, to actually make it truly sort of foreboding and scary. The acting is fantastic. The only thing you have to get past a little bit is that these kids are not necessarily kids anymore. Like, I sort of laugh every time I see Millie Bobby Brown, because when she started, I mean, she was tiny, and now she's 21. I think she's getting married. Yeah, and going to have a baby. So you kind of have to set that aside. And she obviously looks different. They all do. They're all growing up. But it's just funny. I kind of laugh. And Catherine's like, are you laughing at her again? I'm like, yeah, she's doing a great job. It's just funny to think you're playing a kid, and I know that you're married and having a baby soon, I think is, where her life is going. And she's still very young, but it's just, you kind of have to separate yourself from the reality there. Regardless, it's well done, it's great, and I've loved it.
Well, I think they've been doing this thing where older actors play teenagers for a long time. In fact, I don't even think it's as bad as it used to be. Remember, Saved by the Bell? And even, more recently, The OC, Ryan Atwood was, 26 and playing a high schooler.
Oh, yeah.
So, they do this all the time where they have older actors. It's just, that was before the day and age of social media, where we're not hit in the face with hey, here's her baby shower. And then you have to suspend the fourth wall or whatever term it is for acting. And be okay, she's a high schooler. But I have a question about Stranger Things in this, this season. Okay, how scary is it? Because my only complaint is when the seasons first started, it felt like something that was creepy and a little on the fantasy side, but it wasn't that scary. But as the seasons go on, it's been kind of scary. Some of the Demogorgons or whatever. I know they're not real, but do you get what I'm saying? Is this season similar to those where it's kind of scary?
It's sort of the same. It's kind of leveled out. When you first saw the Demogorgons, you were like, oh my God, and their face opens up. Don't freeze that and make that an avatar. It was not good. But and they open up and it's this freaky looking face. But you've seen it enough now to sort of not be desensitized to it. It's still sort of horrifying and scary, but you're more adjusted as opposed to seeing those guys for the first time. So I would say it's sort of leveled off in that way. I just think it's so creative the way they tell the story and put it together and bring in the different aspects. And there's so many different characters. And to have so many different characters and for all those characters to be able to act at such a high level, I think that's a rare thing. And I understand why they've taken their time with it. You have to sort of have that suspension of disbelief based on the ages there, but I totally get it when you look at the finished product.
Right. And I'll say this. It feels like we are living in an era where it's hard to find truly original content that everybody's watching. Because think of all the possibilities now with streaming is that it used to be something was on TV and it was on every Sunday night. The least or the most recent example I think of is Game of Thrones, where everybody would watch it on Sundays and then we would all talk about it on Mondays. So now it feels like Stranger Things is one of those tentpole shows of our culture, because right now it feels like when I'm not watching it, I'm not a part of our culture.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? It feels like it is that significant in pop culture right now where you almost have to watch it. So it feels like there are very few of those shows left, and Stranger Things does a great job of being good, being original, and it's not a spin-off. It's not a sequel. It's not superheroes.
Right.
And everybody's watching it.
Yeah. What have you been watching? Enough about me. You're like, come on. I'm so
A Jonas Brothers Christmas.
I like the Jonas Brothers, actually.
I do too.
I do. Yeah.
I actually got through it because, Jenks, you know my struggle with a lot of these like Hallmark Christmas movies is that I'll watch them for like 75% of the movie and then turn it off because it gets too cheesy.
Yeah.
But the Jonas Brothers one was actually pretty good. If you can handle a light musical, because then they like break into song and you're like, all right, it's a little cheesy. But they're so good at singing. So like they are true masters of their craft. Like if you're into, you know, Broadway or people who can truly like sing, they're very, very good at that. And I think we talked about like nostalgia earlier. And I do think the fact that like a lot of us grew up watching them on Disney Channel, you'll always have that like respect for them. And they feel like a warm hug. So I do recommend a Jonas Brothers Christmas.
No, I think they're super talented. And Joe in particular, like he can really sing. Like Nick as well, but Joe can just absolutely blow. He's super, super talented. And also I told you that I was kind of involved or not really dated, whatever that was, before I met the lovely Catherine. Someone who was their tour manager and who was very close with the Jonas Brothers, you know. So we'd be hanging out and she'd get a call and she'd be like, this is Nick, I got to take it. And so, you know, she'd walk away and she'd be talking to Nick Jonas. And she would talk about it, but she knew that the people who knew her knew that she'd kind of worked with Beyonce and Jay-Z and was really close with the Jonas Brothers. And so people would kind of hammer her with questions and that just kind of drove her crazy. So I kind of stayed away from that. But then she would open up about it and be like, oh yeah, Nick handles everything. When it comes to Jonas Brothers, like he's the business guy. I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah, all right, here we go. Coming up next, enough with the Jonas Brothers. How about we talk about first impression roses on this Wednesday? That's Chelsea. I'm Jinx. Good to be with you. It is a daily tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend. Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for Hour 2 of the Daily Tip on a Wednesday, December the 3rd. On the menu for the next hour, we'll start with our first impression roses in the NFL because it's never too early to start line shopping for some of these bets that you'll be placing later in the week. At 7:20, we'll get to college hoops and some of the top 25 matchups, including a big tangle between number 6 Louisville at number 25 Arkansas. And then later in the show, it's time to whine about it on a Wednesday because it is the most wonderful time of the year until you try to find a parking spot at Target and then people turn into absolute demons. So speaking of, Jenks, I saw this and I feel like we try to make our show a blend of sports, betting, and pop culture. So I felt like the story was topical. So apparently Oxford University Press has named rage bait as its word of the year. And it feels very fitting that we live in like an internet culture where hot takes, especially in sports media, have become extremely prevalent. How do you feel about rage bait being the word of the year?
Well, I think there's something ironic about you mentioning rage bait and me getting upset. Like you're not rage baiting me, but
Rage
I'm
bait.
getting upset. Rage bait. What? Ridiculous. But I understand it. Like that's just kind of where we are. So it makes sense to me. But I also like I get torn because I hate giving credence to these types of things. Like I hate
Right.
justifying them.
Don't take the bait.
Yeah, like don't take the bait. Like I hate making this a thing, but it is a thing. So I go between, yeah, it's legitimate. It's a thing that we all have experienced. It happens every single day. All you have to do is log on to any social medium and you will see it. And yet I hate giving it that like justification, that credibility. Like, oh yeah, you're a thing. But it is a thing.
Well, the problem is like the algorithm on these social media platforms gives credit to people who do this because engagement is like a big deal. And the more comments you have, the more they're going to push whatever your content is. Jenks, I want to throw this one out there because it felt very fitting that I saw this tweet. And then a few tweets later, I saw RG3 make a case about how the college football committee not putting BYU high enough was, quote, persecuting Christians. Come on, man. Dude. It's not about the religion. Like, what are we doing? Like, this is a prime example of rage bait. And I don't even know, like, are Mormons considered Christians? Like, by the definition of the word? I don't even think they're Christians.
No, it's a different, it's under the religious umbrella, but it's a different type of religion. RG3 is the worst. Let me just say it.
I knew you were going to say that.
Worst. God, for all his early success, he had a chance, even though he got injured, it didn't work out, to still be a beloved part of this organization because there were some good times. They were very early, but his personality has turned so many people away, whether it's on social media and this rage baiting or how he handled himself here or his interaction with other players, his interaction with the media. He's so difficult to like. And I like everybody. I mean, not everybody, but most people. Like I don't go into any relationship looking to find reasons not to like you. I'm just the opposite. Like, let me find the good in you. Let's connect. I love to love. But RG3 is just so difficult. He makes appreciating him or wanting to interact with him a grind, like a real grind. And it's because of ridiculous takes like this. The committee was not sitting around and saying, I tell you what, let me just go ahead and say it. The elephant in the room is BYU should be higher, but we're talking about a bunch of Mormons here. Like, come on. You really think that happened? It's a ridiculous idea, but that's RG3.
Well, and it's not even the correct take, because if it was something against like religious schools, like Notre Dame's a religious school, and it
Right.
feels like they are giving, everything to them on a silver or gold platter, I should say, because Notre Dame and the gold helmets. But it's one of those things where I think it's a tricky line to balance, because I understand in the world of social media, you have to say things to get attention. I try not to do it because it feels icky to me. But at the same time, I feel like once you lose your credibility, it's very difficult to get it back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Once people pigeonhole you or you do something that really turns people away, it's really hard for them to say, I'll give you another chance. And it's even worse if that's just your personality. You'd almost be better off like committing a crime, like a misdemeanor. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, okay, like look at Rashee Rice, okay? He was involved in this really bad accident where he was driving out of control and people got injured and there was a settlement and he paid the price for it and it's over. And people don't talk about it. And they're like, wow, this guy's playing great football. It's over now, right? But that was an incident where that was handled and it's over. It's almost worse when people don't like you personally. Like, that's so much harder to turn around, right? It doesn't seem so personal when it's, all right, I made a mistake here. But when it's, I'm constantly saying things that are ridiculous. I'm constantly going to rage bait you. I'm going to make you dislike me. Turning around that narrative is so much harder. And think about how many times, because I was thinking about this the other day, there's a handful of broadcasters that I'm like, I don't think I'm a fan of yours. But over time, I'm like, you know what? I think I was wrong. You've really grown on me, and I've opened myself up to saying, maybe I should look at this differently. I really like you. But that's rare. Like, once you generally make your mind up about someone in the public eye, even personally, turning that around, extremely difficult.
Yeah, to use an example on the same team as Rashee Rice, like, it's wild to me that Rashee Rice committed a crime and yet people don't dunk on him all the time. Harrison Butker said that thing about women.
Right.
People are never going to let him live it down. So, like, not that I don't agree with what he said, but, like, do you get what I'm saying? Is that
Yes.
It's not a crime to have an opinion, especially, like, if you think it's religious based. Like, I'm a Christian and I don't believe in, like, women should be in the kitchen. But, like, you get what I'm saying. It's
Yes.
like, that's not a crime, but yet that is more punished in today's society than, like, an actual crime.
Absolutely. Like, whenever I see Harrison Butker line up for a field goal, I'm like, miss it. Shank. I want to see the Young Ho coup. Is that right? Where he just kicks the turf instead of the ball. That's what I want to see.
Right.
But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. So it's funny how, the internet has shaped people's reputations now to where it used to not be a thing. We didn't know what people's personalities were, but now we are force fed it. All right. So from that conversation to how about another that's more betting focused, because it's time to hand out our first impression roses. And we know it's only Wednesday, but if you're in the betting space, you got to look at some of these lines early, because even sitting on a Wednesday, Jenks, we've already had some line movement when it comes to some of these games. So early action has driven some of these numbers. We were just talking about this. The Commanders and Vikings game. The Vikings, 1.5 favorites over at MGM. But if you look across the board at some other places, the Commanders are favored. And some of this is probably based on like who's going to be playing quarterback for the Vikings, whether it's J.J. McCarthy, whether it's Max Brosmer. I'm not sure how much it matters, but that's just my point, is that if you get to some of these games earlier in the week, you can get some good closing line value.
Oh, 100%. And honestly, I think the Commanders are absolutely the play here. I will happily grab them. I would take them on the money line. I don't even need that 1.5. Just give me the Commanders at plus 110. They are trending in the right direction. I think there's some value on Washington here because they've lost, God, what is it, 7 straight now? This team. But they haven't quit. And I think that's the most important thing. When you get mired in a losing streak like this, you see teams that just sort of give up. We have not seen that from the Commanders. Once DQ took over defensive play calling, and it looks like he's going to do that next season, those are the reports that we're hearing. The team has just gotten better all the way around. And now they have Terry McLaurin back. He made a huge difference in that game against the Broncos. Their last 2 games have gone to overtime. And there's a possibility they could get Jaden Daniels back as well. I really don't think it matters. This is about the Vikings and the quarterback position. Max Brosmer is not an NFL quarterback. No offense, he's not. And we don't know if J.J. McCarthy is an NFL quarterback. Like, he had one moment this season where he looked good. Outside of that, he's been a bad quarterback. So I really don't think it matters whether it's Brosmer, whether it's McCarthy. And even if Jaden Daniels doesn't go for the Commanders, Marcus Mariota has done a really fine job filling in this season. So I'm all in on Washington. And you know me, I've been out on the Commanders for the past few weeks, fading them. I think this is the time you jump back on.
It does feel like they're trending in the right direction. But when it comes to this time of year, and I don't think this is necessarily pertinent to the Commanders, but when you have these teams that only have a few wins on the season, do you think there's ever a sneaking suspicion that these teams don't want to win games? Like, it doesn't feel like the case for the Commanders because obviously they are taking these games, to overtime. It's close. But, like, say for teams like the Titans, like, what's the incentive to win games right now? Like, maybe you play close and maybe you, like, put your best guys out there. But I feel like it's part of the handicap this time of year.
Yeah, it is. But these are still competitors. I think what you have to look at more deeply is a team sort of saying, no one's going to quit, or at least admit that. But what they might do is play younger players or say, okay, let's get some guys who need the experience, who need the work, and put them in because this is going to benefit us maybe down the line, maybe next season. So they're not going to actively quit, but what they might do is sort of adjust who they play, and then that makes them a weaker team, and then maybe you can fade them in that respect.
Yeah. So I guess pay attention to the injury reports and who is being scratched from these lineups. All right. So it's time to hand out some of these first impression roses. And I think this is a good exercise in, like, a lot of these are first glances for me. So, like, they're not necessarily things that I'm going to play, but it's like, oh, that line's interesting. So let's start with the Thursday night game, Jenks. Cowboys and Lions. The Cowboys have been on an absolute warpath as of late, upending both the teams that played in the Super Bowl last year and the Chiefs and the Eagles. And now they're getting 3 points on the road at a Lions team that's been underwhelming as of late. Like, as somebody who's been trusting the Lions, it's not been a great road for me. They lost to the Packers on Thanksgiving. They won in overtime against the Giants, but I'm pretty sure they did not cover that number. And they lost to the Eagles. So it's been a tough stretch for the Lions. So do you think this is a get-right spot for Detroit at home? Or do you say, I like what I've seen from the Cowboys. Their offense obviously is really good. And their defense is actually showing signs of improvement.
Oh, I love the Cowboys here. The Cowboys are playing good football. And as a Commanders fan, how did you guess? How did you think I was a Commanders fan? How did you know? Look, the Cowboys have found something. I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs, but they're playing really good football. And the key is that their defense has really improved. Like, getting Quinnen Williams was, at the time, I think not talked about enough because he's a hell of a football player. He has changed that defensive line for the Cowboys. And it looks like they're going to get Trayvon Diggs back on defense as well. That's going to be a huge boost. Dak Prescott is playing great football right now, and he's lost a lot of weight. We were talking about this on the Commanders podcast this week where Smoot, my co-host, was talking to Dak during the offseason because they both went to Mississippi State, and they were together. I think it was in Starkville, and Dak was like, no, I can't eat. I'm sorry, I can't have that. I'm on a diet. And if you look at Dak, he's a lot slimmer this season. He's moving better. He's running more. He's been much better than anticipated. Cowboys are a real threat right now to if they get on a run and things fall the right way, to maybe make the postseason. But I think they're playing better than Detroit. I take the Cowboys +3.
It's wild that I feel like people love to dunk on Dak Prescott, but he's having pretty good season.
He
25
is.
touchdowns, 8 picks, over 3,200 yards through the air. One more I wanted to get in the buzzer, at the buzzer before we go to break, because we have to get to break. So we have seen some line movement already in the Bengals and Bills game. Yesterday it was the Bills laying 6. Now it's down to 5.5. So clearly some people are buying in to Joe Burrow and the Bengals. Coming up next, time to talk college hoops and the big top 25 matchups we have going down on the hardwood tonight. It's after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Thanks for choosing to start your morning with us here on the Daily Tip. In a few minutes here on the show, we'll get to college hoops, maybe a little sprinkle of NBA. But Jenks, I ran across this headline, and it kind of reinforced what I am starting to realize, or what I've been realizing for the past few years about sports.
Okay.
Is that you can be at the very tip top of the sport and on top of the mountain, and it just feels like the drop off, after a few years is just, they kick you out unceremoniously, to where you see these people who are like absolutely shining. They're all stars, they're all pros. And then just a few short years later, they're unemployed and they're doing like ads for, some random car company, or they're on reality TV shows.
Right.
Where I didn't mention this in the streaming corner, but I've been watching the newest edition of Special Forces on Fox, where it's like reality stars. It's washed up like, athletes and even like Olympians. And Randall Cobb is on it. And they're like, Randall Cobb. And it showed that he's 34. And I was like, he's 34?
He
I thought
is?
for sure he was like 39. Because like he played in the league for a long time.
Right.
And even when he was in the NFL, people talked about him like he was ancient. And they're like, he's only there because he's friends with Aaron Rodgers. This guy is the crypt keeper. But it's wild where somebody who is that big of a name in the NFL is just kind of kicked out. And they're like, yeah, you're too old to play. So the reason that I mention this is that in the NBA, Chris Paul, who has, all kinds of lists on his resume where he is a 12-time NBA All-Star, All-Star Game MVP, 4-time NBA All-First Team, and he had mentioned and released that he was going to retire at the end of the season. So he was with the Clippers, and then last night, the Clippers just randomly cut him, and they sent him home from a road trip on a team that is, I think, 5-16. So here's the thing. If the Clippers were competing for a title and they need to cut, his $3.6 million, which feels like it's not that much, maybe I'd understand. But the Clippers are terrible. And to send somebody who is as legendary and has such a legacy with your team in this fashion, man, it feels like a cold world.
That's brutal. I feel bad for Chris Paul, because that's why he went back to LA. He made a name for himself there. This was the way to tie a bow on his career, even though the Clippers aren't going to win a title. And then you're always reminded that it's a business. At the end of the day, it's a business. Like, I remember when I was at NBC Sports Washington and we knew cuts were coming. And I got really lucky and survived, but then got laid off because of COVID. But before that happened, we could see that eventually that positions were going to start being eliminated. And a buddy of mine would always look at each other and be like, survive in advance. Survive in advance. Like it's March Madness. Survive in advance. And even though we had been there for so long and we felt like we had done good work, you always got that reminder like, hey, it's nothing personal, but we have a budget to meet. There are cuts that are happening across the board. This, at the end of the day, is a business. And you see that all the time, especially in the NFL, right? So you see guys and they talk about how loyal they've been. They've been a part of their franchise. They made their home in a particular city. And I get that. But that's why I never fault a player for getting the bag. Because once you can't play anymore, the team will be like, you know what? Appreciate you, but you got to go.
Especially in the NFL, where careers are very short. Like, it is almost unheard of for guys to play like more than 10 seasons in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because it is just so physically punishing. And again, like I said, once you turn 30, people are like, yeah, but he's over the hill. Like, we say this about Derrick Henry, who looks like one of the most freakiest athletes you've ever seen on this planet. And yet there are concerns about his age because he's a running back. So I feel like I saw this a lot in baseball, where there would be guys who made like hundreds of millions of dollars and were like, World Series champs, and they would be trying to get back to the big leagues, and they would be on Jake's AAA team. And it's wild how they're slumming it on these like mid-morning PCL flights. even though they have this long resume of what they've done. But it's just in sports, it's almost like fantasy football, where like these GMs and these front offices are just like, well, you're not performing for me. So who cares if, your wife's having a baby or you have all these medical expenses? We don't care. See you later.
No, that's it. It's still a business. Like, sorry you're going through this, or sorry you're having a tough time right now. Can you play or not? I mean, sometimes things are very simple. It's Occam's razor. Well, we could explain it this way, or this way, but oftentimes the simplest explanation is the best. And it's, you're not performing, so we don't have a place for you. And that's it.
Yeah. And sometimes I catch myself doing this when I have a prop on a player and they get hurt and it's really bad. And you're like, get back up. Get back up. I need 3 more yards from you. And you're like, Chelsea, this is a human with a family. Please stop yourself because you sound ridiculous. Because it sounds like, his knee's not going back into place.
Come on, come on, Cam Scatterbo, get up. Get up. It's like, no, he's not going to get up. Just got to give him a little leeway here because he's really hurt. Did you see that report? It was last week that just because of, well, not the only reason why, but sports wagering is sort of fracturing people's fandom in some ways because they're more interested in a particular result than the actual team that they care about winning, which I thought was really interesting too. So you do see that.
I don't know. Like, that's a deeper conversation, but I've seen people throw out things like, I think Pablo Torre was one of these people who said that, like, people care more about gambling than their teams. I don't think that's true. Like, have you seen the people who are lowered down in their caskets with, like, a Steelers flag? Like, some of those allegiances, they literally never die. So I understand that people love their money and they love gambling, but like some of these teams that like people have been attached to, like their parents and their grandparents, like look at people who follow soccer teams in Europe. Like, do you think those people who are lighting couches on fire, like, do you think they're like, yeah, but they covered the spread? No. So like, I love gambling, but I do think like the allegiance to sport is still very much there.
It is. I think it's more of a progression, right? Like things like this don't happen overnight. And strong allegiances are always going to be there. Like, what was it a few years ago? Wasn't it a Steelers fan? And he was like embalmed and like sitting in a lazy boy, like sitting up in a Steelers chair or something. Am I making this up? I got to look this up. I swear I saw something like this. So I got to look this up. But yeah, sports fandom will never die. But I think it's more of like the casual fans, right? Like they don't have a hardcore allegiance. And instead of saying, all right, I'm going to support my local team, or I grew up in this city and I've always kind of liked this team, they lean more into, oh, I just want to win my bets. So I think that's what it's like. It's not like hardcore sports fandom is going away. It's just that there's another part of the equation now that's kind of evolving.
Yeah, but I remember covering Auburn, and there was a fan that broke onto the field to dump his grandpa's ashes on the field. So,
I got a lot of respect for
until
that.
we don't have that type of allegiance, like, we'll see about that. All right, so we do love betting here on the show, and of course we have some college hoops going on if you've been dipping your toe into the waters there. So let's start at number 25 Arkansas hosting number 6 Louisville tonight. Louisville laying a 2.5 point spread in this one, total of 165.5, which does feel very high. But listen, both these teams love to run and gun, and I think my consensus on this is that Louisville and Arkansas are made up kind of similarly in that they both play at extremely high tempos. They love to run and gun. Yep. But Louisville does what Arkansas does, but better. Like, you look at Louisville's offense right now, and they're ranked second overall at KenPom as far as overall offensive efficiency. So to me, I see the spread, and it does feel tight, and I understand playing on the road is a tough environment, but I do think I am leaning towards Louisville in this game.
Yeah, I am too. And I would also look at the over as well, just because these teams do really like to run it up. I mean, the Cardinals are 4th in the country in scoring. They average more than 96 points per game, and the Hogs aren't far behind. They average 88 points a game. So this is going to be a really entertaining game to watch. It's going to go back and forth, but I do think the Cards are a better team. They're also 5-1 against the number in their last 6. So it's never easy going into Fayetteville. That's a hostile environment. But Louisville is just, I think, a cut above here. Spread is only 2.5. You can take them on the money line if you like it, minus 145. But I'm with you on the Cardinals.
I feel like they've also already played a team that had a similar makeup to this in Kentucky and beat them 96-88. So if you're hoping to win a track meet with Louisville, good luck, because they can certainly push the pace. Both these teams top 60, I believe, in tempo and possession length. So that's another thing to look at when you're talking about totals is how fast do they push the pace, because you can be efficient on offense, but if you're playing out of the half court all the time, obviously it's going to be harder to hit those really high totals. So either the over or Louisville, I think both of those plays are very strong ones. All right, Jenks, my NC State Wolfpack is playing Auburn tonight. We have Auburn favored by 6.5 at home here, and the total is 165.5 in this one. I have been cautiously optimistic about NC State this year, but when they've played in these big games, they've not looked great. Coming off a big loss to your Texas Longhorns, 102-97 on a neutral court. They lost as favorites to Seton Hall in that Thanksgiving tournament, 85-74. So I'm not too sure what to expect from NC State when they go into a hostile environment in Auburn, where we have a very solid Auburn team, just, point blank, top 12 in offense and a really solid defense as well, sitting in the top 68. So I think I'd lean towards Auburn. Like, I'm not going to bet against my Wolfpack because obviously I am rooting for them. But I'm not too sure what to expect from NC State here. I think they kind of need to prove it to me first.
Well, I did not handicap this game because I consider you the college basketball expert. I did handicap a few games in the NBA, but I'm going to trust you here. This is your club. This is your Wolfpack. You've got some momentum in the program. You're coming off that football win against Carolina. It's a big number. Let's go Wolfpack. Why not?
Well, here's the thing with some of these teams that have undergone a complete rebuild, where you have a new coach in Will Wade, and he brought in a bunch of transfers. This early in the year, sometimes it can be tough for things to mesh this early. So when you're talking about like going on the road, I don't know. Like, again, I just feel like NC State kind of needs to prove it to me before we just kind of give them credit, because the talent is certainly there. But you could also say this for a lot of teams in college hoops, because the transfer portal, it be buzzing in college hoops, and it has been for quite some time. All right, Jenks, so I don't want to pencil you into anything, but you said you looked at a couple games in the NBA. Do you care to touch on the association? I'm not going to lie. I'm more of into college hoops right now. But if you want to talk a little NBA, we certainly can.
Oh, you know me. I love the NBA this time of year. I'm just locked into the NBA Cup. I want to know what every team is up to. Did I handicap 4 games in the NBA? God, what is wrong with me?
Look at you.
I'm a sicko. I'm telling you, I'm still figuring it out. So most of the games I handicap, these are not great games. But let's look at, you ready for this one? Trailblazers and Cavs. Woof. The Cavs are laying 10.5 points here. I just feel like this is way too many points. I know the Blazers are not a good team, and they're on the back end of a back-to-back, lost by 3 points to the Raptors last night, and the Raptors are a really good team. In fact, now we're seeing money come in on Portland, so this is what I'm talking about. Now it's down to Cleveland minus 9.5. But I think you could probably shop around and find 10 at some spots. Here's the thing. The Cavaliers are a middle-of-the-road team. And as a double-digit favorite this season, they're 1-5 against the number. So clearly, the Cavaliers are better than the Blazers. But 10 points for a very middling Cleveland team, I would be on the Blazers.
Can't say I'm going to be watching that game. I'm not going to lie. But if you wanted a quick refresher course in some of the teams who have been the best at covering the numbers in the NBA thus far, Phoenix leads the way, 15-7 ATS, Houston 12-6, Lakers 13-7, and Miami and Detroit both sitting at 13-8. All right, we have a minute left. Do you have one more NBA game you want to cover?
I do think it's sort of interesting, which is how the Hawks are playing without Trae Young. They have a decision to make about Trae Young. but they are actually a better team without him. And right now he's sitting out, he's banged up, but they are a team that plays much better defense because he's such a defensive liability. They're laying 3.5 at home tonight against the Clippers, and the Clippers are by far like the worst team in the NBA this season against the number. So I think I would roll with the Hawks at home, laying the 3.5.
Going with the Hawks, even though Trae Young, avid Daily Tip content consumer, I will point out that he did respond to one of our tweets when we were dunking on him. What a moment in Daily Tip history. All right, coming up next, it's a Wine About It Wednesday. What's grinding our gears this week? It's next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go. It's a Wednesday on the Daily Tip of Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And Wednesdays here on the show mean we get to whine about it. We're going to be complaining a little bit. So if you don't like negativity, probably not the show for you. We're always very negative on this show. It's fine. But here's the thing. I feel like if you aren't super into consumerism, Jenks, this time of year is tough. Like when you see so many people are like, these are the toys you need to have for your 6-year-old. That makes me so mad. Or like these influencers where I understand people like to sling mud at us and be like, you're hawking gambling and people shouldn't be spending their money on that. All right. So obviously gamble responsibly. But at least, like, when I have my money in my sportsbook account, it's not piling up on my shelves where it's a bunch of useless junk a year later, where you see these influencers on Instagram, whatever, like, 5 things you need from Shein right now. Here's my Forever 21 haul. Like, you don't need that many clothes. Like, do you ever see this and think, why does somebody need that much stuff? Honestly, as somebody who hates clutter, I feel like it makes me nervous to buy this many things.
Yeah, I'm the same way. And I've already, by the way, the lovely Catherine's mother, Sheila, and my mom have already sent their Christmas gifts. Like they're done. They're done shopping. It's over. It's crazy to me. But I'm with you. Like I get overwhelmed, especially in today's economy, trying to buy all these different gifts and get everything that people want and all these advertisements. I think that's some of these, promotions. And I understand you're selling something. You can't be like, well, I know times are tough right now. Prices are rising or something like that. But sometimes they come across as tone deaf a little bit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and then I see the prices for some of these toys. And I understand, like, I'm not political, but I understand, like, tariffs are a thing now to where, like, we have these things that have these, like, sky-high prices on them because they're being shipped from overseas. But at the end of the day, like, how much can you actually charge for something when you know it's terrible quality? Like, I see some of these little stuffed animals. I'm like, okay, it should be, what, $15 maybe?
Right.
$39.99. You're like, what? Like, what is this, made of gold? Like, I don't understand where they get, like, making these prices, but, like, especially when it comes to kids' things, if your child wants it, this is the ultimate chokehold that they have over you because it's one of those must-have toys. And, Jenks, I'm sure you remember all the toys of the past, like Tickle Me Elmo and, like, the Princess Diana Beanie Baby and, like, all these things where they rope you into it. And I always thought to myself, how are parents so stupid? Now I'm one of those stupid parents that's like looking for specific toys. I'm like, please have it. Please have it. Oh, it's that much money. Great. Guess I will not be buying new clothes for myself this year.
And when they know it's in demand, they can jack up the prices no matter what because they know you're going to buy it because it's like the hot toy. You know what I mean? I'm sure you're experiencing that.
Yeah, even though luckily Blake's still not at the age where she like understands brand names.
Okay.
Like I could probably get her something else and like it's not going to bother her as long as it's like the same concept. So luckily we're not there yet, but once we approach like, the teenage years of like, I need an iPod. I need, the latest iteration of the iPhone, which I'm sure is not cheap. So at least we're not to that stage yet. All right, so I've warmed up my complaining skills.
All right.
A little bit of Christmas spirit. It's time to whine about it on a Wednesday.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday
Do you want to hear whining?
on the Daily Tip.
All right, so I'm sure somebody is listening and be like, weren't you just whining? It's like when you eat Italian food and it's like, oh, well, you're going to eat a huge plate of carbs. How about more carbs before dinner? Oh, pasta's not enough? How about some breadsticks? And you're like, yeah, it sounds awesome, actually. That's me with complaining. It's like complaining on complaining. So I've warmed up the muscles for Whine About It Wednesday. Now it's time to unload. So, James,
All right.
what are you complaining about on this Wednesday?
I'll tell you. It's the fill-in Amazon delivery drivers. That's who. This generally happens during Thanksgiving, during Christmas, when you know that it's not where they have to have hired like extra help just because of, all the packages that it's being delivered, or people being holidays. If you're a full-time employee, maybe you take time off to have somebody fill in. And normally the Amazon drivers, they know the key code that you punch into the key bag to get into our building. You drop the packages off, you leave. The fill-in drivers don't do that at all. They'll just leave the packages outside. Like, we live in the heart of the city. So if you leave an Amazon package outside, like I bought Catherine a Christmas gift that she wanted. She just mentioned it in passing, like, it would be fun if I had one of these. And I was like, I searched for one, found it on Amazon. I'm like, let me get this immediately while I'm thinking about it. But wasn't hundreds of dollars, but it was pricey enough where you don't leave it outside on the stoop in the middle of a metropolitan area where someone can just walk by, grab the package, and go like that, especially when they have the code to get into the building. So that's what I'm whining about. Like, you're going to order something and then you're not going to get it because the guy was too lazy to punch in the code that I know that they have, because the regular Amazon drivers are able to walk inside, drop the packages off, and leave. But the people who are just filling in, they're too lazy. They don't care. So they just throw it right outside your door. So stop doing that. People pay hard-earned money for these packages and you're not delivering them appropriately.
Well, especially if it's Christmas presents.
Yeah.
Like, this has some sentimental value to it. So again, like, no matter what you're ordering, and here's the thing, at the end of the day, like, have some pride in whatever your job is.
Yeah.
Like, this grinds my gears is even when you're just starting out, like, in your career, or even like at a job, like something that's not a career, where you see people cutting corners, you're like, come on, like, do it right. Like, I understand, like, not everybody loves working at Enterprise rental cars, but, like, let's not at least cheat ourselves and let's try to do a good job. So I think it's one of those personality things. And, like, some people just need a refresher course in that, especially when you are delivering Christmas presents. You are the Santa here in the realm of the neighborhood. So, like, take your job seriously, man. Yeah, exactly. All right, so I was thinking about, like, what I should complain about, because, listen, I got complaints on complaints on complaints. But here's the one that I noticed when I was trying to order a Christmas present is that I tried to order something yesterday and it said, we can't guarantee that this will be here by Christmas. I looked at the calendar. It's December 2nd. Like, how much time am I supposed to allow for shipping? Do they realize that Amazon Prime can get stuff to my doorstep in like 72 seconds if I order within the next 2 hours? I don't know what American Girl dolls are doing, but their shipping, whatever their template is not very good. Because, like, I don't want to order something and it not be here by Christmas. It's not like I was waiting until December 24th. It was December 2nd.
God. This is depressing to me because I got to get on my Christmas shopping.
It's the most wonderful time
of the year. It's great. Great. I hear this and I'm like, Michael, you need to start shopping immediately. Like, immediately. And I know exactly what I'm going to get Catherine. I know exactly what I'm going to get my parents. Fortunately, I don't have a ton of shopping to do, but I am kind of worried about ordering something already and it being late. So I'm glad you said that. I got to get on it.
I hate that. Like, come on. Like, let the procrastinators live. And it's not even procrastinating. Like, we just finished with Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. God forbid I wait a couple days to order a Christmas present. All right, the next complaint that's on deck. Why don't we do Christmas lights throughout the winter? Like, if it's going to be dark at 4:30, why can't we just keep them up through February? Because I already feel the depression sinking in where when Christmas ends and January comes in, what is there to look forward to in January? You have to take down the tree. None of the pretty lights are out. Because at least when it's dark and dreary this time of year, at least we have Christmas lights. January,
Keep them going. The one thing I hate more than anything, I'm with you here. Like, I love the Christmas season. I absolutely love it. We put our Christmas tree up. That's ready to go. Mm-hmm. We did that over the weekend, so I actually enjoyed that process. I like putting up the crackling fire on the TV and having the Christmas music in the background. Like, that just makes me happy. But what is the most depressing thing is when I know I have to take the Christmas tree down, because then the lights come down and then it's just dark without the lights. And I'm like I want to leave a tree up until like March, which I know you can't do. Like, at some point you have to accept that Christmas is over. It's time to move on. Okay. It's almost a new holiday. You got to take it down. But I hate that moment when I'm like, it's over and the lights are coming down. Because to me, there's just something special about it. And it brings me joy is probably the purest way I can put it, which is I see the lights and I know it's dark outside, but it's Christmas time and there's holiday music. And it's just a very simple thing that makes me happy. And then having to say, oh, that time is over, just always brings me down.
Right. And especially if they're just like white lights on trees.
Right.
Why can't you keep them up? Like, if it's going to be night for half the time, where it's
Right.
getting dark so early, at least we'll have something to look forward to when it's nighttime. If you want to hear something else depressing, and I understand the segment's getting really negative. So back when I worked in local TV, and I worked at a really small station, so we were doing Christmas newscasts. So like I did sports, so I'd have to do the sports. And then they stopped doing it one year, and they just did a Yule log. And guess what drew better ratings than our, than our newscasts? The Yule log. And they're like, we're not going to do Christmas shows anymore because the Yule log has you guys beat.
That is amazing. Really? Oh, my God.
But like, people like that.
I love the Yule log.
People want to put that on while they're opening presents.
I love it. Seriously. I'll put it on all the time, like year round, every now and then, because we don't have a fireplace. I'm like, you know what? It's dark outside. I could use a fire. So I'll just like turn up the heat in the home and put on the Yule log, and I'll just watch it and be like, oh, this is great. It's like tricking your mind into thinking you actually have a fire. Yeah, people love it. I get it.
I wouldn't blame you if you'd rather have a Yule log on this weekend than Titans and Browns, where the total is 33.
Very fair point.
We got to get to break. Of course, there's plenty of arguments when it comes to the latest set of college football playoff rankings. We'll talk about it next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's like a hoodie Wednesday. Everybody's wearing their hoodies today. Coming up, we will delve into the latest college football playoff rankings and which teams have some work to do after they were released last night. In 20 minutes, we will stay in the college game, but this time we're chatting basketball with Chris Patola from ESPN. And it's Donkster time, along with our best bets at 8:40. Also, how you doing? Hey. It's our audience on Stadium. If you'd like to stream the final hour of our show, we make it easy for you. Just go to the Bally Sports Live app, or you can go to ballysportslive.com. Chelsea, well, we have a brand new set of rankings in the college football playoff, and here we go. Ohio State is 1, followed by Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Then we see a little bit of change in the bottom half of the rankings here. Oregon is 5. Ole Miss is 6. Texas A&M drops to 7. Oklahoma is 8. It's Bama, Notre Dame at 10, and then BYU and Miami rounding out the top 12. Texas sitting right there on the cusp at 13. Vandy is 14. When these rankings came out, first thing that came to your mind stood out to you?
I think for me, it's the conversation that's going to exist between Notre Dame and Miami, and it feels like it's going to exist for the next 3 years on who deserves to be ahead of the other. But at this point, you can argue with the wall. You can say Notre Dame is not better than Miami and they won the head-to-head or whatever. But the only opinion that matters is that of the committee. And they keep putting Notre Dame ahead of Miami. And with 1 week left in the season where neither of these teams play, can you really imagine a scenario in which Miami leapfrogs Notre Dame when there's literally no data points to go off of? So I feel like people are stuck on this conversation, but like the committee's already told us what they're going to do.
Yeah, it just feels like to me there's not going to be a whole lot of movement. Like this is just how it's going to be. And is anything really going to change in the next week that is going to shift things between these two teams? Like, there's not. Miami could get in, but it's not going to be because they leapfrog Notre Dame. They're just going to need some things to happen. Like, they're going to need probably BYU to pull an upset, or they're probably going to need Duke to pull an upset in the ACC. I think that's the big one, too. So there's a possibility, but it's probably not going to happen. I will say I am sort of tired of the debate.
Oh, absolutely. Because we've had it for so many weeks. And at the end of the day, like, again, people love these rankings because it's great fodder for argument. But at the end of the day, the only opinions that matter are those of the people on the actual committee. So if you're not on the committee, like, I'm sorry, your opinion probably does not matter. But the other takeaway I had from the rankings and the latest set of them is I think we were waiting to see if the committee was going to punish Ole Miss at all for losing their head coach. And obviously a really good offensive mind in Lane Kiffin. Doesn't feel like it's the case because Ole Miss standing firm and being all the way up at number 6. We know Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to be calling the plays for Ole Miss, which is a good thing. Should provide some type of continuity there. But there is a big difference between being the 6th seed and the 7th seed when it comes to this bracket, because we saw last year where seeding and matchups can be really important to decide whether you have an easy pathway through the bracket or, you know, a really tough one where your first game is one of the toughest games that we see on the slate. Like last year was Penn State, who got SMU in the first round, then it was Boise State. It's looking like that's going to be the pathway for Ole Miss. If this stands firm, they would play the 11th seed, who's going to be like a group of 6 team. It's going to be one of the lesser teams, obviously. And then if you're the 7 seed, if you're Texas A&M, and this stands firm, you'll play either Notre Dame, Miami, or possibly Alabama. Like, those 2 matchups are not the same thing.
Oh, not even close. And I want to clarify. I said earlier that for Miami to get in, they would need a BYU loss. That's not true. They need a BYU win. So, yeah. So they got to beat Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game. And so I think ultimately what we're looking at here is that you've got this field is pretty much set. Like, doesn't it feel that way? Like, we might see a little bit of movement. We're going to have to see some massive upsets for there to be a Miami slip in, or for maybe JMU to slip in. Like, they're kind of on the cusp. I think it would be great to see James Madison get in. There is a possibility that we could see 2 group of 5 teams get into the college football playoff, which would be wild. And the way for that to happen is for Duke to beat Virginia in the ACC championship game. And then all of a sudden, Duke, a team with 5 losses, probably does not make the final field. Like, you just couldn't justify that. Yeah, you won the ACC, but you have 5 losses. You're not getting in. Clearly, this committee values wins and losses, even more so, I think, than strength of schedule. Otherwise, Texas would be in there. So Duke with 5 losses is not getting in, even if they win the ACC, which means all of a sudden the ACC would not have a representative, and you could have 2 group of 5 teams in the playoff, which would be crazy.
Yeah, if I'm the ACC, I'm definitely rooting for Virginia, right?
Yeah.
Like, we need somebody in the college football playoff, because we've been down bad in the ACC since Clemson ain't doing anything and Florida State ain't doing nothing. So it's wild how far the ACC has fallen. But if you're wondering what the odds makers are saying over at BetMGM, here are the 3 ones that they do have listed, because they don't have all these teams listed.
Yeah.
BYU to make the college football playoffs. The yes is 4-1. The no is -525. So obviously the odds makers are big on Texas Tech, and for good reason. 11-point favorites, I believe, in the conference championship game. But obviously, the reason that we love college football is because of the chaos. And it is a 1-game sample size. And sometimes, a big play here, a turnover here or there, where a game can get flipped on its ear. And that is the one game I feel like in the conference championships that if BYU wins, that's when chaos really ensues.
Oh, please let that happen. I just don't think it's going to. Texas Tech has been running roughshod over teams. And they played earlier in the season, and Texas Tech won that game. Like, it wasn't really close. And that line has moved from Texas Tech -11.5 to Texas Tech -12.5. I mean, it's always a possibility. You never know. It's college football. But if that happens, if BYU somehow pulls the upset, then all of a sudden Miami has a little bit of a shot. But probably not. We could see, Chelsea, North Texas or Tulane. Looks like Tulane is going to win the American. If they beat North Texas, Tulane is in. But if North Texas beats Tulane, the Green Wave are probably in, which would be wild. And then when we keep talking about Duke being the linchpin here, if they beat Virginia, all of a sudden, that's when JMU could maybe slide in, because they play in the Sun Belt Conference Championship game, and they need the ACC not to be represented to get in. And I would just love to see, just imagine where at the top of the bracket, it'd be like March Madness, where you see, okay, Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon, Georgia, Bama, and then right at the end, Tulane, JMU sliding in. Be fantastic.
Right. And I don't think college football is a different game than college basketball, in that I'm not sure if some of these teams actually stand a chance.
Yeah.
So, that's the other thing is, people love to argue about the bubble teams and well, we need to expand it even further. Listen, if you're one of these teams that's sitting at 12 or 13,
right?
Do you really think these are teams that are actually going to contend for a national championship? Probably not. Like, I understand, like, the money is a big deal because you do get a playoff share if your team makes it to the college football playoff, and that's big in the era of NIL. But, like, at the end of the day, like, these teams aren't going to win it, especially where earlier in the season I thought to myself, okay, it doesn't feel like anybody's super dominant. But now, at the end of the year, it does feel like some of these teams are head and shoulders above the rest.
I agree. And I think there's more of a separation than we've seen in years past, which I think is what you're saying. So it's really top heavy, and then there's definitely a drop off to that second tier in college football. But I will say, I think the committee did a really nice job of not punishing Ole Miss for Lane Kiffin leaving, because there was a lot of talk about that, which I thought would have been an absolute travesty. And so we've also seen some movement on the coaching front there because, of course, Lane left that message saying, I wanted to coach Ole Miss. They didn't want me to, so I'm going to LSU. And I love the comment. Did you see the comment that went viral where someone framed it differently? And it was like, yeah, I'm leaving my wife and my kid, and I'd love to stay through Christmas. I'm going to go date someone else. I really want to stay, but they won't let me. It's like, yeah, you're leaving them. They don't want you to stay. Of course, they want you to go. They got to move forward. So Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to follow Lane Kiffin to LSU eventually, but for now, he's going to stay behind and coach Ole Miss through the playoff, which initially Lane was like, if you're not on the plane to go to Baton Rouge, you don't have a job. But he sort of softened that stance. But at the end of the day, I'm glad Ole Miss will get a chance to compete and not be punished, because if you're a player, like, you can't control that. You can't punish these kids just because the coach decided to move forward. The record is the record. They've gotten to this point. They're still very talented. Ole Miss is a very good football team. I don't know how they're going to fare without Lane as head coach, but I'm glad the committee did not punish them and be punitive towards Ole Miss because of that.
Well, I also think it goes in the favor of the committee because at the end of the day, they're rooting for storylines and giving Ole Miss an easier pathway, which, like, at least at the first, than say like the 7 seed of Texas A&M. I think a lot of people are going to be rooting for Ole Miss because wouldn't you love to see that? Like, Ole Miss making this run in the postseason without Lane Kiffin, and Lane Kiffin's over in Baton Rouge. Be like, yeah, but it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I know he says it's not about the money, but, like, come on, man. It's probably about the money, at least a little bit. But you look at the first-round matchup, like I said, they'd be playing the 11 seed. Then if it currently stands and Georgia wins the SEC championship game, Ole Miss would play Georgia next, and then the winner of whoever comes out of the Indiana bracket. So, like, it does get tougher. But, like, wouldn't that be awesome? Like, from a storyline perspective, which the committee, I do think they are aware of this because obviously they want eyeballs. Like, this would be such a great storyline if Ole Miss could make a run.
It would be great. And I like Lane Kiffin. I know how he handled his departure was not great. That's a very difficult thing. It's tough to thread that needle. But I think it would be a great storyline. And we'll definitely be following that team just because Lane has moved on and is already recruiting for LSU, already trying to get guys from Ole Miss. We're seeing James Franklin do that at Virginia Tech. He's already taken a couple of Penn State recruits and brought them to Blacksburg, or at least gotten them to commit to Virginia Tech. So we'll probably see that happen between Ole Miss and LSU as well. God, look at Texas just sitting there at 13. Outside looking in.
So
Hey,
close.
Hey. You got, hello. We get in there. I was watching the selection show last night, and I see Texas with a 2% shot. I'm like, okay. I haven't
saying there's a chance.
You're saying that's exactly what Catherine said. She's like, so you're saying there's a chance? I'm like, yeah, there's a chance, all right. So I'm waiting one more week, and then once I do that, I'm going to officially cancel the hotel room that I reserved before the season in Miami for a potential national championship appearance. I don't know where we're playing now. Chick-fil-A Bowl or Poulon Weed Eater Bowl. That's not around anymore. Something. I don't know where we're headed, but it's not to the playoff.
You can be like NC State and go to Orlando. Like we do every year. The worst city in America. But I think it's tough for Texas because it would be really tough for them to leapfrog Alabama because we have seen the precedent for this last year where the committee, it feels like they're not going to punish teams for playing in a conference championship, playing in that extra game. Right now over at MGM, Alabama is minus 1,100 to make it into the college football playoff. So, Jenks, there is a chance that Texas gets in, but it is very, very small, like you said.
I'm going to look at these bowl predictions and figure out where they end up. Some of these bowls, it's crazy. We'll have to go over this at some point. I mean, the Staff DNA Cure Bowl, the 68 Ventures Bowl, every year a new bowl. So we'll go over those at some point. Coming up next, how about we go over what we've seen thus far in college basketball? We're going to do that next here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Coming up shortly, it's already December, so we're going to talk college hoops with Chris Patolo from ESPN. So if you're wondering what we talk about during the breaks, you're probably like, oh man, they're probably discussing numbers going back and forth. Where is the money going? What is your best bet tonight? How do you feel about this prop? And all of a sudden I hear Chelsea go, hey, who's Jennifer Aniston dating now? So apparently we've done some research and she's dating a hypnotist. Well, I guess he did his job.
This a few seconds ago. Right? Like, isn't that the ultimate sign of like you're good at your job is that you got an A-list actress to start dating you? And like, I'm trying to like make some type of parallel to like college basketball here. I do feel like if there was a March Madness bracket of celebrity dating, like gossip and news, Jennifer Aniston would be a perennial 1 seed. Like, haven't we been interested in her love life for like the last 25 years?
We?
Okay,
Yes.
me.
I mean, absolutely. I am her number one stan. Listen, if something happens with Jennifer Aniston, I want to know. Text me, send me a video, tag me on X. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I had no idea. A hypnotist? She's like, I'm not interested. He goes, you're interested. You are interested. That's right. I. When do you want to go out? I wonder how that works. A hypnotist? That's crazy. I know it's not crazy. Analyzing what's happening in college basketball after a month. So we're going to bring in Chris Spatola, who is a college basketball analyst, of course, for ESPN. Chris, you have a thought on Jennifer Aniston dating a hypnotist? Is this thing going to work out? Because we, all of us, I know you too, we've been following this for 25 years.
Man, if you think you're the biggest stan, you better get in line behind me, man. I am all about some Jennifer Aniston. I am all about Jennifer Aniston. Come on, man.
My bad. Sorry. Didn't give you enough credit there. So we have been following Purdue. We know that number one team in the country, but are they your number one team?
No, I don't think they're my number one team yet. And look, they may right now have the player of the year in freshman Cam Boozer. But they're still starting 2 freshmen. Still a lot that, I think you're still trying to figure out with Duke. And that's not to say that they couldn't be there as this year moves forward. But with the way that, Michigan has played, Purdue is certainly going to be in there. Both those teams, more veteran, I think a little bit more diverse in number of guys who can make an impact. We've seen some teams come. Iowa State is sort of kind of right there in the fold. UConn got a big win last night. Arizona. What I will say is that the world is a little bit more flat this year than perhaps we have seen over the last handful of years. Certainly going back 2 years ago when it was UConn and Purdue and everybody else. I don't think anybody really has an idea of where that separation lies right now. And Duke, obviously a big win last night over Florida. Duke is certainly going to be in that conversation.
How much stock do you put in the numbers right now? Because, obviously we're a betting show and we look at Kim Pop a lot. But I feel like it's so early in the year. And when you only have an 8-game sample size and not all of these teams have the same resume and are playing the same teams, it's hard for me to look at this list and be like, okay, this is the best shooting team in America. And some of it does line up with the eye test. Like when you see the top teams, when it comes to 4 factors, it's Purdue, Louisville, Alabama, and Vanderbilt. BYU and Duke not far behind. But when you look at these numbers, how much does this go into what you think of a team this early in the season?
Yeah, it's hard. It's a good question. It's hard because, first of all, I think schedules have gotten better for the top programs. I think they're playing more competitive schedules this time of year than, maybe 5-10 years ago. But remember, they're still putting those cupcakes on their schedule, which inflates a lot of these numbers. So that's the first thing. You have to understand that non-conference schedules are about half and half cupcakes versus competitive schedule. The other thing is with the numbers, just, sort of as a projection moving forward, is the transfer portal has, I don't want to say it's more of an impact on college basketball, but when you combine the portal, the one and done, like college football, they get these guys for 3 years and they may transfer, but kind of have an idea of who they are. One of the things about college basketball this year is two things. One, this freshman class is going to have a major impact, I think, on what ultimately happens come March. This is as good a freshman class as we have had in a long time in college basketball. And it's not just a projective freshman class. It's a productive one as well that I think will continue to get better. But the other thing is just factoring in the portal. I mean, you guys know, like all of these rosters, I did a game last night. They had 12 new dudes on the team. So it's none of these teams are finished products. And that's where like a Michigan and Purdue, while those teams do have transfers, Michigan more than Purdue, there's more continuity there. And so you can kind of get an idea of, okay, this is who this team was last year, who their guys were last year. This is who they could potentially be moving forward. There's just a lot of variability right now. And until you get into conference play in January and February, where you're playing a consistently competitive schedule and you have rosters that have been together for now a couple months, those are the numbers that I think you can start to trust more consistently.
Chris, the team that fascinates me is UConn, just because they're always in the conversation, but they're such a deep team and they're getting healthier. How big of a threat is UConn? They're the fourth favorite to win the national title, so clearly one of the best teams in the country, but what is your take on the Huskies?
Yeah, big threat, and they're playing more, as the hunter, as Dan Hurley has pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
They are, you come off 2 national titles, and I thought the coach was part of the problem last year. Like, I thought he was having a hard time dealing with the success that he was having and his program was having. 2 national titles, he was flirting with the Lakers. I mean, just a lot going on for Dan Hurley, and I think it impacted his team on top of the fact that they weren't nearly as talented. The thing you've got this year is, again, I go back to that word of continuity. You bring back a solo ball. You bring back an Alex Caravan, who's been a part of 2 national titles. You bring back a Terrace Reed, who didn't play last night but was in that program last year. So you have that continuity year over year. You have guys on that team who had their faces rubbed in mud last year. That competitive equity matters. And then you add a transfer like a Silas Demery, who comes from Georgia, now a junior, and is really talented. And that's one thing with Dan Hurley. Like, he has taken – you go back to Tristan Newton during their 2 national titles. Like, that was a transfer that fit really well in Dan Hurley's style. They're deeper, this year than they were last year. And then you add in a really talented freshman, again, like they did in that second national title with a Stephon Castle. You add a Braylon Mullins, who they now have back. You assume he gets healthier and can help them. I like their team. I think they're going to be one of those teams where not a finished product right now, but as you move forward, I think they're certainly going to be in that handful, that top 5 teams that could win a title.
I wanted to ask you about Duke's Cam Boozer, because it feels like everything I've heard about him, and like obviously when you watch him, it's very apparent as well. Like, he's only 18 years old. We know he is a legacy with Carlos Boozer being his dad, but everybody talks about how technically sound he is for being that age. What do you think his ceiling is?
Yeah, he's an interesting case because, like, he is not going to fit the profile as a number 1 pick in the draft because of the measurables. He's not a great athlete. He's definitely more of a below the rim type of a player versus a Caleb Wilson at North Carolina, for example. He's only 6'8", so like what position do you play him at in the NBA? Can he be a bully 4-man in the NBA? But the thing with Cam Boozer and why it's an interesting case is because at the end of the day, you cannot mask the production. Like, he's had 2 35-plus point games this year. He has dominated bigger front lines. Like, some of the best front lines in our sport, Tennessee, dominated them earlier this season in an exhibition game. Last night, Florida brings back its entire front line from that team that won the national championship, and it is a massive front line, and he goes for 29 and 6. So ultimately, like, you can't ignore the production. And part of, to your question, and it's really good insight, execution and angles and fundamentals are an athleticism equalizer. You can neutralize better athletes, bigger players, by being really good at angles, by being able to finish with both hands, by having a versatility to your game. Like, he knocked down 3 threes last night. He can put the ball on the floor. He's a really good passer, and he's got a great IQ. And by the way, he's a winner. He won everything in high school. I mean, just everything. And that matters. Like, that really does matter. And you have seen that manifest, in Duke's undefeated start to the year. He has been the most productive, consistently productive player of any class in college basketball so far this year. And so he's going to be an interesting case to look forward. I know, sometimes we speed up the timetable on the draft talk, but as we get into, the draft come June, he's going to be an interesting case because, again, it is a loaded freshman class this year in college basketball, and he's not going to fit the profile of what those NBA teams are necessarily looking for as an athlete and in terms of his size. But his production, you're not going to be able to ignore it, I think, by the end of the year.
Chris, who is a mid-market team or mid-major team, I should say, that we should watch out for come January, February?
Yeah, I'll give you a great one. Utah State. I had them over Thanksgiving week at a tournament, and this is a program with great tradition. They have been in the They were in the tournament last year. I think they've been in the tournament 3 of the last 5 years, some crazy number like that. But the point is, they have a history of getting to the tournament, and I think this is the best version of Utah State that I have seen in that period of time. They play in the Mountain West Conference. So it's a competitive conference. Like, they're putting 4 teams in the NCAA tournament every year now. And the thing with this Utah State team this year is, defensively, they play this matchup zone that teams, you just don't see it a lot. And so when you're seeing it for the first time, it's a tough prep on a quick turnaround, and they're really aggressive with it. Like, it's a really athletic, physical, tough, old Utah State team. If you believe in the adage that you win in college basketball and in March with guards, their starting backcourt are 2 dudes who are 24 years old. They're both married. And so they're grizzled. They're veteran dudes. They've been around a long time. And then you combine that with pretty good size, but just a hard-playing, blue-collar, lunch pail type of a defensive mentality, and then they're really, really together offensively. Again, I go back to that continuity, and sometimes these mid-major programs can get pillaged and just absolutely ransacked by the high majors in the portal. Utah State was able to keep some guys from last year, and then a couple of the guys in the portal they got have been really productive. So that's a team I would throw at you that I've seen early that I think is absolutely a tournament team and could potentially win a game or 2.
He is a college basketball analyst for ESPN, Chris Spatola. Chris, great stuff this morning, and I've got a ton of Jennifer Aniston stuff I'll send your way.
Oh, dude, I love it, man. I'll add it to my collection. Add it to the collection.
Thank you, man. We appreciate it.
You guys be good.
Oh, man. I'll just put that right up next to my Courtney Cox shrine. You know what I mean? Let's just go all in. And don't even get me started on Lisa Kudrow. Okay, that's
oh, no.
That's where that stuff goes in the living room.
So who is your friend's choice? Are you team Courtney Cox? Are you team Jennifer Aniston? Or do you go for the personality fit and you go for Lisa Kudrow?
Well, I think, that's a tough one. I think Jennifer Aniston is the way to go. The big three. It used to be Courtney Cox. I'm a little disappointed with what she's done with her face. I hate to say that.
I think she is too, though.
I
She's talked about it.
It's
she regrets
really,
it.
yeah. Like I feel bad for her because she's so likable, but you know, sometimes you can overdo it. And I think you're right. Like by her own admission, she kind of overdid it. But I think most people would say Jennifer Aniston. Like she was the one, right?
Yeah, she's always the main character energy.
We've been following her for 25 years right here on the show. Coming up next, best bets locked in, ready to go. Yes, the doctor is here as well. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Already Wednesday on the show. Great to have you with us. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up, Best Bets, Dogster, the whole shebang. So yesterday I was reading about this. Tiger Woods. Haven't talked about him in a while. But he is chipping and putting again. He is working his way back from back surgery on October 10th. His 7th back surgery. That is mind-blowing to me. Didn't play last year because he ruptured his Achilles. And I've had back surgery. I had back surgery, like 25 years ago now. I would never do it again, ever. I had a simple procedure, a discectomy, where they take out a part of a disc that has been ruptured in between your vertebrae. But imagine having 7 back surgeries. And not to mention the fact that he essentially is on one leg because of that car wreck. He's coming off a torn Achilles. Like, his body is an absolute wreck. And he was talking about this, he said, I just want to play golf again. Like, I just want to play. Forget about competing, and at some point he will compete again. But he just wants to play golf. So I hope he heals up because everyone loves seeing Tiger, but it's remarkable all that he's gone through.
Well, especially because he becomes eligible for the Champions Tour in 2026. So at least the playing field would be a little bit more even when he's going against, I don't know, Bernhard Langer and some of these older guys who are on the same wavelength, maybe not with the surgeries, but at least he's not facing guys in their prime. But that has to be a letdown too. You know, for somebody who once absolutely dominated the sport and is one of the most dominant athletes in the history of all sports, to go from that to being hey, you want to play on the Champions Tour? You can play against the 65 plus crowd. That has to be a letdown. So he hasn't, I don't think he said or not if he's going to play on the Champions Tour, but I know that is the scuttlebutt. And James, in our household, we have been dialed into this. On the way to school yesterday, we listened to PGA Tour radio because it was a full press conference with Tiger Woods because obviously it's this week where it's his tournament in the Bahamas. Oh, yeah. So he's doing the press conferences. So all these people have these questions. And let me tell you, if you're trying to fall asleep, put on a PGA Tour press conference. I understand it's Tiger Woods, but it's the most monotone conversations you can imagine. Maybe it's because the tenor of golf is so straight across. And when they talk about golf, they don't want to raise their voice too much. But the press conferences, my goodness, are they monotone? We listened to 20 minutes of this.
Bernhard, can you tell us about the sand save on 12 where you got par? I can't even imagine. And this is Tiger, by the way. Still the biggest name in the sport.
It's just the way that he speaks is coach speak. You know when coaches talk for 20 minutes but they don't actually say anything? That's what Tiger Woods was doing yesterday. So I respect him and people are going to listen when the big cat is talking. But it was nothing of note. It was more of the same. It's well, we'll see about the back. We're working on it. Okay, breaking news. We're still working on it for Tiger Woods.
What's the greatest coach speak or coach speech you've ever heard? I mean, you were an athlete. You are very athletic. You were a swimmer at NC State. I'm sure you've had different coaches over the years. I mean, has a coach ever said anything to you that was weird or kind of out there or super motivating or something that you heard that resonated or always stuck with you? I'm just curious.
I don't remember having a coach that was a super motivational speaker, but we did do some weird things for swimming when it came to visualization. And think about this as well, is that you're 18 years old and you're in college and you don't really take anything seriously. Yeah. So we were supposed to lay there And so he would have us lay there with our eyes closed, and he would start a stopwatch, and we would have to visualize our entire race, and we would have to get it down to the time that we wanted. So, like, this is a lot for, like, 18-year-olds to focus on. But then you hear about all these Olympians who do it and the power of your brain and visualization. And then we had to write down our time on a piece of paper, our goal time, and we had to carry it in our pocket around campus all day. And I was like, well, where am I supposed to put my cookies in my pocket if I have this stupid piece of paper? So I feel like if I would have been more mature in the moment, maybe I would have taken it more seriously. But hey, like, a hypnotist is dating Jennifer Aniston, so the power of your brain clearly is something that is a big deal.
My freshman year in high school, I was a trainer for the football team, and I actually was sent off to the University of North Texas for the summer. And I learned all about medicine and training so I could actually help train football players because I wanted to play, but my doctors wouldn't let me play because I got sick when I was a kid. Long story. But I learned a lot about the sport, being in the locker room, and I was there at halftime and how to treat different players for different ailments. Anyway, but I'll never forget the coach at the time. And this is when the inspiration for Friday Night Lights was Odessa Permian, right? In Texas. And so this was during the 90s. So they were the marquee program in the state, and we were losing at halftime. And I'll never forget the head coach, the why speech. And middle of the locker room, it's all quiet. He goes, why? Why? Why do we play this way? Permian doesn't play this way. Why? Why we turn the ball over? Permian doesn't turn the ball over. And just this went on and on and on and just why? Oh, man. Lost that game. But that just stuck with me because it was so random.
I also feel like it's hard to take people seriously when they have really strong accents as well, right? Like, they can be saying the most serious thing in the world, but, like, not even to just pick on Southern accents, but, like, when it's anything to do with, like, Tommy DeVito and his agent, like, you just hear that, like, accent, and you just can't take anything seriously. So I think that goes into it as well, the very thick Southern accent.
Yes. But one thing you can't take seriously are our best bets, so let's get to them.
Time to place your bets.
I like it, Chelsea. Almost took this myself. College hoops, what do you got?
All right, let's go to the college hardwood, and we're going to take Louisville laying 2.5 on the road at Arkansas. Thus far, it looks like Louisville does a lot of the same things that Arkansas does, but they do it even better. Both these teams like to push the pace, push the tempo, but only Louisville has one of the best offenses in the entire nation, ranking second overall in adjusted offensive efficiency over a KenPom, and they've done it against some top-notch teams. A couple of big wins on the schedule already against Kentucky, who plays very similar to Arkansas, beat them 96-88 pretty comfortably, and then more recently beating Cincinnati, a top 70 team, 74-64. So for Arkansas, I know it's a home game for them, but we've seen them measured up to better competition, and they have not fit the bill. Lost to Duke 80-71, even though Duke is very good, and they also lost to Michigan State earlier in the season. So I think Louisville goes on the road here. One of the best offenses, like I said, in the country, and a great three-point shooting team as well. So I think their offense is going to be too much for Arkansas in this one. Let's go Louisville, laying the short number at 2.5.
I like it. Good luck tonight. All right. I'm getting kind of crazy here. You know how I do from time to time. I'll put together kind of an interesting two-team parlay. That's what we're doing. Arsenal on the money line, Knicks on the money line. It's minus 131. Arsenal taking on Brentford, who have just one win away from home this season. That was against West Ham, who is not good. Arsenal continues to lead the Premier League. They want to keep Man City at bay, so I like Arsenal on the money line. Combining that with the Knicks hosting the Hornets tonight at the Garden. Back end of a back-to-back for New York, but New York is sort of schizo. Like, on the road, they're not good against the number, but at home, they're the best covering team in the NBA at 9-1 against the spread. All they have to do is get the outright win here. Arsenal money line, Knicks money line, it is minus 131.
I was just thinking about this. When is soccer season overseas? Is it just
Now.
all the time?
There's always something going on. You know, it's kind of everywhere. all the time.
Well, I know there's like different things because there's like the
There's so many
Premier
different
League,
leagues.
then there's right, and then there's like the World Cup. But yeah, I don't really know a ton about soccer, so I don't know what to add there. Good luck.
I'm getting a soccer bet from you, and I'm getting a hockey bet from you before the end of the year. Well, before we do that, we got to find out what the Donkster's up to. Oh my God. What is going on? Donkster, where are you? What's going on?
I'm so cozy right now.
Well, looks that way.
I'm so warm. Everybody just take a moment and listen to the fire.
Actually, you can't
There's no
hear
audio.
anything. There's no audio.
But I will say this. I'm tired of all of this Jennifer Aniston talk.
Oh, must be a Courtney Cox fan then.
Wrong again.
Well, has to be Lisa Kudrow.
Not true.
Okay, then what character on Friends do you like?
David Schwimmer. He's so funny and quirky. Ross always has been my favorite character.
Okay, well, I have to say, I can never figure you out. Do you have a bet?
I do. Bulls, minus 7.5, welcoming the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Oh.
All right. Well, Brooklyn. Okay. Glad you're enjoying yourself. I'm glad you continue to have your shades on. Don't want that fire to blind you in December. There we go.
Well, Ross did have a pet monkey on the show, so clearly there is
There's a connection.
Marcel.
Oh, that's
so
a good call.
obviously he likes animals. You know, the Donkster maybe next in line for when Marcel leaves. I don't remember how that storyline evolved, but I do know that he did have a pet monkey at one time.
This show is now just about Friends. It's a Friends morning show. All we do is reminisce about the characters, the storylines, Marcel. Oh, my Janice. What a show. Always great to be with you here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us. Good luck in your bets and have a great Wednesday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wow, things are changing in the college football playoff. Really going to set up for the final reveal going down next week. We will react to that in just a quick moment. Later this hour, we'll take a look at the bracket. Hypothetical point spreads there as well. Nate Collins will join us. Final hour of the show, Tom Casale on college football, college basketball, and Caroline Fenton talking some college hoops with us as well. Power Rankings Wednesday, we'll do that in 1 hour. Good morning, Sam. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Here we go. The Miami Truthers coming in hot. All that needs to happen now for Miami to get in is BYU to get blown out. Just ask a Miami fan. That's all they're going to tell you.
Are we sure about that, though?
I'm not.
Are we sure that's the case? What do you mean by I'm not? Because I'm getting the sense that this is a setup, and Now there's going to be no gap between Notre Dame, Miami. Like we've been talking about it for a number of weeks. Most people have been talking about it for a number of weeks, but it's getting closer and closer. Like Bama was protected yesterday. That's what happened. They're going to the SEC championship, and they've gone on record for years now. Well, you can't get dinged for what happens in your conference championship game. So Bama got some protection by moving them up to 9 after barely surviving against Auburn. Oh, apparently that's an impressive win. So you beat Auburn. Some would say luckily, but you do hang on and you beat Auburn and you move up, and Notre Dame moves down. And now the team between Notre Dame and Miami, as you alluded to, is BYU. So BYU wins, Notre Dame is out. There's going to be a lot of people out. But BYU loses, which is the expectation as a 2-touchdown underdog. Now you got the face-off. The official face-off that everybody in the internet's been talking about. All the talking heads have been talking about. Notre Dame versus Miami. And then if you've got the U that you just signaled, you're going to say head-to-head is number 1. And a lot of other people that do power rankings, rely on Vegas a little bit, larger sample size. Let's not put everything on the first game of the year. They would line up on the Notre Dame side. So where you at on this? I think Notre Dame might be in trouble, man, no matter what happens in the BYU game.
Well, I don't know that they're in trouble. It's definitely a little more clouded, the path, for sure. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not going to overthink this. Notre Dame is higher in the college football rankings, higher in the AP Top 25, higher in the coaches poll, and Joe, at DraftKings, they're minus 650 to make the college football playoff. So what else is there to go off of? Oh, Colin Cowherd likes Miami. The Bear likes Miami. Dan Woken, not Woken, Woken, he likes Miami. Like, all these people that have top 25 votes are complaining about Miami being below Notre Dame, yet in every single poll, Notre Dame is higher than Miami. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, how is Miami lower? Well, because the voters, the coaches, and the rankings all say Notre Dame is better. Like, it's I only get upset because it's so obvious that everybody likes Notre Dame more, except for the people that are trying to create clicks and make takes.
And if you ask them who's better, nobody's saying Miami.
That's nobody's what I said to Bear. Miami. I said, Bear,
yeah.
Who are you betting to win the title? Notre Dame or Miami? Wow, that's not the
Okay. Oh, yes, it is the
all
point.
Right.
We're trying to get close to getting the best teams. They've made adjustments in this college football playoff. They decided, you know what, it's not the best thing to give all the buys to all the conference champions, because all the conference champions are not the best teams. The teams that earn those spots should get those spots. And that's the adjustment they made this year. I think there are more adjustments that need to be made, but that's a whole nother conversation. I know. Okay. So my initial reaction was, okay, it's dicey, but it's really close. They're hanging on by a thread. I think Notre Dame gets in. How does it change in a week? I don't know. I don't know how you explain that away. That both teams, Notre Dame and Miami, are not playing this weekend, and then a week later we decided to change our mind. But like you said, the talking heads, many people with microphones, not us, many people with microphones are saying that. Joe Klatt was saying he thinks they're out. He thinks Notre Dame's out. Even if BYU loses like they're supposed to lose, that he thinks Notre Dame's out, but he is a big head-to-head guy. When you go side by side, that's where you're at. Notre Dame's a better team. You're supposed to get the better team. But let's say something crazy happens, and I don't know if it's – I mean, Booker's on the broadcast last night. And he's like, I think in a week, they're finally going to – cooler heads are going to prevail, and they're going to put Miami in over Notre Dame. Like, he's been on this kick every time. Every time they'll cut to him at halftime of a game that doesn't involve either of these teams. And he's talking about getting Miami in. Oh, I wonder why. He's on that kick. It's fascinating. But let's say they get their way. It happens. You go, you know what? Head to head, let's give it to them. We can't just ignore it, even though it was the first game of the year. Like, we can give all sorts of reasons. Then what? Does Notre Dame actually consider conference? Like, it's been, people have wanted this. I don't know why other people are obsessed with it outside of Notre Dame, but they want Notre Dame to join a conference. They think they're so smug because they're not in a conference. They're independent, even though there are other independents and all that. This has been going on. I remember this my entire life. People want Notre Dame to join a conference. But in this current setup, say this, man, like, you have no chance at half the playoff spots right now. No chance. The 5 conference champs, a group of 5, you're out. I mean, it's going to, and if they miss it because of this, because they're not in a conference, it doesn't mean they would have been guaranteed to be in the conference championship, but maybe they would have, because they'd have a completely different schedule. And then you don't have this extra game, which if you had an extra game, Miami doesn't because they lost to bad teams, but let's not talk about that. They don't have this opportunity, and Notre Dame doesn't have this opportunity. A lot of this would be wiped out if Notre Dame had the opportunity to play this weekend, but by their choice of being independent, there is 0% chance that they would be doing that.
We'll see what happens. Obviously, the power ranking show is a television show. It's about eyeballs and ratings and dollars. We'll see. I just feel like if you want the best playoff, you put in the best teams. And the committee has a lot of things to think about, and they're going to do that on their own accord. They're not going to listen to Bet Sweats or any media show and go, oh, well, they want this. They don't care what we think. They don't care what you think. They don't. I promise you, the committee does not care what other people think. Notre Dame, Virginia. Let's just play this out. If Virginia gets in and Notre Dame doesn't, it's a travesty. Because on a neutral field, I have Notre Dame at a 96 and Virginia at an 82. That's a neutral field, 14-point spread. And you're going to take Virginia over Notre Dame because Virginia won the weakest Power 4 conference? It's just ridiculous. And I think controversy is good. Conflict is good. We're still going to bet the games. We're still going to watch the games. And here's one more quick truth from my side of the fence. I believe Notre Dame should get in over Miami. I wholeheartedly believe that. But if Miami makes the playoff, I make $2,000. Knowing that, I still think Notre Dame should be in ahead.
Right. You're pushing that to the side and giving your honest opinion of what you believe. Now, one other issue, right below Miami, Texas. I think this is big. The signal was given last night, Texas, you're out. 100% out. And there's a group of people that would agree with that. Oh, you're 3 losses, you're out. I don't care that you're in the SEC, you're out. And then Sark would say, we beat 3 top 10 teams. We beat 3 top 10 teams. Why are they a 3-loss team? Because they scheduled hard. Because they ain't scared. Because they decided, let's start the season going up against almighty Ohio State. And the idea in the beginning of the year, we saw those great games start the college season. It was very exciting. All right, I'm glad they're doing this. Notre Dame against Miami. We've got Ohio State and Texas. This is going to be awesome. And you know what's cool is, even if you lose, I'm glad they're playing up because they could play Little Sisters of the Poor and just take their easy win and hand out a check, and it'd be fine, like a lot of schools are already doing. But no, they play up, and now these teams could get dinged for it. That sucks because now if I'm in the SEC, I'm just like many other SEC schools. If I'm Texas, we're not doing that again. We got knocked out because we were a 3-loss SEC team. We beat 3 top 10 teams in the country, and it didn't matter in the end. Screw them. We're not doing that ever again with this current format. That's going to have long-term ramifications with Texas, especially if it happens in Notre Dame. And I know people are going to say Notre Dame has an easy schedule anyways. Yeah, you're right for the most part. I don't know that that's their fault. These games are scheduled so far in advance. Yeah, you're right, but why schedule hard? You are not being rewarded, and that stinks. In basketball, you are rewarded. In football, you are not.
I can't wait to see this final bracket, honestly.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be upset. Like, if Notre Dame doesn't get in,
No.
I'm not going to create this 90-second TikTok. I don't care that much. But if you want the best teams, put in the best teams. I want the best teams and the best games. By the way, I have point spreads on the 4 games, hypothetically.
Good.
Notre Dame would be a pick'em against Texas A&M. Oregon and North Texas, I've got 23 points. Is that going to be a good game? Ole Miss would be at home against Virginia. I've got 10.5. And then Oklahoma, Alabama, Oklahoma -1. So that's where I'm at in the 4 hypothetical matchups.
Okay, we'll go over those a little bit more later on this hour. So your buys: Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and now Texas Tech, because they move up a spot, which is interesting. You know, the other team that I was very curious what they were going to do, and they did not much. They didn't ding them at all. You lose Lane Kiffin, and there was this idea: what are they going to do to him? I don't know if it was the Charlie Weiss angle or what, that he's staying, and so your offensive guy is going to be there. I don't know if that's what ended up saving them a little bit. It was good after all the feelings, all the issues that went on over the last few days, that they were able to have cooler heads, and both sides were like, yeah, Charlie Weiss Jr., it's okay. You can stay with the team for the playoff, as the fan base was booing him getting on the plane just a couple of days ago, which was very amusing. Do you think that's what saved their spot? Do you think that's what saved them from being pushed down? Because then the committee's having the conversation of, look, the guys running the offense are all gone, and that's the strength of this team.
I don't know. Ole Miss is still one of the best 12 teams. So I think they should be. And they won 11 games. They won 11-1 in the SEC.
Right.
How do they not get in? The coach
No, there's no
leaves,
doubt
it's
about
not
them
on the
being in.
players.
I'm saying them moving them down a bunch.
Oh, whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
you got to win multiple games no matter what. They're not going to get a top 4 seed. So, you know, whether you win at home or win on the road, I'm sure they'd love to have a home game, obviously. But, you know, they don't power rate very high. Let's see. Power rating wise, I have them 11th. So, like, I'm not gonna boo-hoo that they're not a 7 or an 8 in the bracket. Like, I don't care that much. You know, it is funny on the way out here of segment 1.
Yeah.
we hinted at this yesterday. Nobody's going to Penn State to coach, man. Like, they whiffed on everybody. Everybody.
Dude. Yeah. We might need to talk about this a little bit more when we have a few more minutes. I was hoping when I popped on that I would see David Dykstra, because I was going to ask him if we want to put a coaching staff together, because they might be down to us now at Penn State. The almighty Penn State. Now you're going to play a real team. They can't get anybody, man. Do you remember when we were having that Indiana versus Penn State conversation? Who's the better school? What's the better program? There's no way Indiana's the better program. Is BYU the better program? Like, how many better programs are there?
It's not, but nobody wants to go there. This is the Jimmy Sexton power play. So here are all the names that Penn State considered: Urban Meyer, Tim Elko, Kurt Signetti, Matt Rule, Marcus Freeman, Eli Drinkwitz, Lee from Vanderbilt. They wanted Alabama to lose to Auburn to maybe get DeBoer. They wanted Lincoln Riley. They wanted Sataki. They lost Chesney. All of those guys told Penn State, nah, we're good.
This is awesome. They never thought firing Franklin at that moment, giving into the fan base, was going to result in this. And this is what's happened. Don't upset the wrong people. Could screw you in the end. What a power play. Spot on there. Joe O, Sammy P. Got Bet Sweats with you on a Wednesday morning. Coming up next, we'll check in with Nate Collins. We know he's hyped about Virginia. And, of course, we'll talk about the NFL. All his teams are doing very well right now. We'll get to that coming up. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Every Wednesday on the show, our guy Nate Collins drops by at Big N98 on X Greenlight Podcast. He's joining us, and he's feeling pretty damn good. All right, Virginia. Let's go. Let's go. They're saying you're in right now. But
James Franklin wasn't going to steal our shine. He wasn't going to steal our shine. He thought it was going to work. They thought it was going to work. They thought Virginia Tech was going to have a little more pep in their step for the Virginia game. But the Commonwealth Cup is in Charlottesville for at least a year, and we are one win away from the college football playoffs. What a time to be alive and to be a Virginia Cavaliers fan.
I'm rooting for you hard. You know that, Dr. Fax. However, if y'all lose to a five-loss Duke team, I'm never going to let you hear the end of it, man.
Oh, man. I know everyone wants that to happen just because the chaos it would cause in the college playoff and the fact of the matter that they probably still wouldn't make it in if they did beat us. But I think Tony Elliott is going to have these guys ready, and we're not going to play around. I'm excited for our guys, and I was a little scared with our linebacker Cam Robinson going down, but his backup, I feel ashamed not knowing this kid's name right now. Number 11, he had an amazing game. He had an interception, had about 9 tackles, and to fill the void of that role of a player of Cam Robinson's caliber, and just to step in and fill in and have the game that you had, I'm happy for these Virginia guys for sure.
The whole conference is in your corner. It is. It's a lot of pressure, man, because everybody the ACC, everybody needs to go to the president. They're like, please, Virginia, please win this game. Don't let Duke have it. They do have to make some changes, though. I mean, this is nuts, and you see the changes have already occurred in other conferences. ACC needs to join the times. You can't let this tiebreaker decide Duke. Like, these conferences need to decide who's in their own championship game instead of you go to these tiebreakers. Oh no, we got to put Duke out there, but that's the position they're in.
Yeah, it's gonna be these last few weeks is gonna be really interesting, and just for this area in Virginia, because everyone's on hold too. Just thinking about JMU, because I think if we lose, I think it's a better chance for JMU to possibly get in. So there's a lot of things riding on this game, but best believe that we're hoping here in Charlottesville that Virginia wins, and we'll be playing maybe a Kiffin-less Ole Miss in the first round of the playoffs. So it'll be interesting to see these next couple of weeks what's going to happen.
In the NFL, just like we all thought, in the first week of December, it'll be the Bears and Packers playing potentially for a 1 seed. Whoa. Just like we all thought.
Just like we all thought, man. And what a year the Bears are having. And I'm happy for Caleb Williams. I'm happy for the Bears in general. Ben Johnson is just so funny, just night and day. If you look at the beginning of the year and you look at that sideline and you see all the memes of how angry and upset and how things are going wrong, we're going wrong for the Bears. And then now just like the narrative around them, and when you see the sideline, you see Ben Johnson taking his shirt off. Everyone in the locker room, it seems like they're excited, they're happy. You're not hearing jokes about nail polish anymore. Any of these things, man, it just winning cures everything in the NFL. And as long as the Bears keep winning, like it's going to feel good for them. And I mean, they're doing everything they can. I mean, that's why they got Ben Johnson, and he's showing, hey, like, this is why they pulled me from being a coordinator to a head coach.
It kind of like the Patriots conversation a lot of people have been pointing to. Oh, the Bears are lucky they can't keep doing this. And look at the schedule. It's so soft. When you go to Philadelphia and you dominate from the outset, like that's no luck. Yeah,
200-yard rushers, that's not luck.
Yeah. Crazy.
Not luck.
They almost ran for 300 in the game.
It's not. That's not luck.
Insane. Yeah, not luck at all. So now we move forward. Schedule is not soft at all. They've got the Packers twice in the next 3 weeks. You've lived it. Can you explain a little bit what Bears Packers week is and what it's going to be like? And now you got two teams at the top fighting for the division, fighting for maybe the top spot in the NFC for the playoff picture. Just talk a little bit about that and what do you think is going to happen?
You should expect like a playoff caliber type game. I think it's funny now with all these teams going for it on fourth down and just like rolling the dice all the time. I wonder if this game is going to be like that type of game. I think this is a game where there's going to be people kicking field goals, points are going to be at a premium, and that's the way you have to think about it. And in-house is just every game against Green Bay when you play for the Bears is a playoff type game. It doesn't matter what the record is. It's pride, it's history, and it's something that you learn when you get in building in that organization that they take those games very seriously. Everyone in the building takes those games really seriously. So it's something where it's not that you're not always working hard, but you might seem like everyone's kind of trying to take it up a notch this particular week, getting ready for these games. So, and it's going to be the same thing on the other end. And I don't know the last time it's been this serious of a game, and it's like you said in regards to standings and whoever wins will be in first place, so that makes it even more special. But I'm looking forward to Jordan Love versus Caleb Williams. I think that's going to be whoever can obviously play better, like that's going to be the outcome of this game. And I wonder if Micah is going to be able to wreck the game and continue what he's been doing, because I just feel like the way they've been moving him around. I just wonder how the Bears are going to counter that and kind of try to stop the Green Bay from getting pressure on them.
Oh, there will be some chases. Parsons after Williams. We'll just see how many times Caleb can get away, because he's been very good at evading the pressure.
Very good.
So I wanted to ask you about Kansas City's O-line, because you play D-line in the league. Kansas City can't run the ball, and they're down at least two starters on the O-line. If you're on that Houston D-line this week, are you just licking your lips in film or what?
The crazy thing is, like, it doesn't matter who was playing. Like, Houston's D-line and Houston's defense, they're licking their chops all the time. I tell everyone, if you never watched football before and you watched Houston's defense this year, you'll be like, holy smokes. Like, these guys are running and hitting. Like, they're easily the most physical defense. If you just watch them play to play, how they swarm to the ball, how they run downhill, their safeties and their corners, some of the hits that they put on players is just like, yo, was that a linebacker? And then they roll off the pile and it's like, yo, that was a safety running down. And I just feel like the way Will Anderson is playing and that D line, it really doesn't matter who's lining up. Yeah, guys, you definitely locate the fish, that's what we call it, the fish on the line, and guys want their chance to kind of rush against that guy if you have a defense where guys can move around. But I don't think the Texans are worried about who particularly is playing. I think they're worried they're just going to be focused on getting to Mahomes by any means necessary.
What's the final score in that game? Like the first score that comes to your head?
The first score that comes to my head, because I'm a Jags homer, I'm going to say Kansas City 23, Texans 21.
Oh, man, he's over, Joe. I thought he was going to say under. The total's 43. He went like right to it. Damn.
I
was hoping you were going to say like 17 to 10 or something. Oh, I know. That's why I asked.
I just feel like this game, on one side, I feel like there'll be like we're talking about, I think there'll be like a defense or a special team touchdown that like no one's thinking about that might persuade or sway this game. And yeah, it's hard to call it with CJ Stroud, but that defense, like we're talking about, that defense I don't think they're going to allow a bunch of points to happen. So it's going to be on the Texans to find a way to get some points up, whether it's kicking 5 field goals or whatever it may be. They just got to find a way to get some points because their defense, they're going to hold their own for sure.
With the Nate Collins Greenlight Podcast, Joe O, Sammy P here on Bet Sweat. So I alluded to it earlier. All is right in your world. Virginia, they're playing in the ACC Championship, a chance to make the playoff. Your former team, the Bears, they're the number 1 seed in the NFC. And the Jaguars.
And guess what? Your boy is going to be in Jacksonville this weekend for the game versus the Colts. And guess what? The Colts do not win in Jacksonville. You better not bet the Colts this weekend. The last time the Colts won in Jacksonville, guess when? 2014. They don't win in Jacksonville, guys. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. I'm telling you, the Jags, they are playing great football. My man Danny Dimes is playing on a broken leg. Respect to him, but get him out of here this week. No way we let him beat us just standing in one spot with a broken leg. I don't even understand the body science behind having a fracture in your leg and still be able to play in an NFL football game. Respect to him, but I do not. There's no way the Jags can lose this game, and I just hope that the fact that I'm going to be in the building, I get to see my team win, because I'm going to be upset if this is the game they decide to slide. But right now, Liam Cohen got these guys looking great. Jacoby Myers, the perfect fit, just gelling this offense together. Trevor Lawrence, he is still iffy as hell, but I'm telling you, we have a great team. We play team football. And Parker Washington, if you don't know who that is, respect that man. He is a special teams demon, and he is a great wide receiver. I think that needs to be talked about more, because he is one of the guys that have been clutch through all this drop epidemic and everything that's going on. And whether Trevor's coming to play or not, Parker Washington is one guy on this offense that's always been there. So shout out to him.
It's not who you play. It's when you play them. This is the right time to play the Colts. If they don't come back and win that game in overtime against Atlanta, we're talking about a 4-game losing streak. And you're right about Daniel Jones. And I get the numbers and all that, but I'm looking at it, Nate, and I'm like, why are the Colts road favorites against Jackson? And you bring up the history there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it, man. I don't understand. Yeah, it certainly seems like the Jaguars are the play.
Yeah, it should be a fun game, and shout out to Liam Cohen, man. I just feel like he's doing an amazing job down there. And I know it's hard coaching Trevor Lawrence. I know it's hard, but I just feel like he's coming out every week. He has these guys confident, and he has these guys playing to the end. And as an ex-Jag and a Jags fan, it's been an amazing and fun year watching them up and down, but it's been fun just watching great product. It's one thing to lose, but like losing a certain way like never feels good. And I haven't had that feeling this year. So hats off to Liam Cohen and what he's doing for the Jaguars right now.
Are the Cowboys going to win tomorrow and get hot?
Oh, man. I just feel like the Lions, if St. Brown doesn't play, I think 100% the Cowboys win. And if St. Brown does play, I think it's going to be on how healthy he is and if they're going to be able to use him in the same caliber. I don't think Jameson Williams or that's the wide receiver, right? I don't think he's enough of a weapon to beat the Cowboys, because I think this is going to be a points game. I think this is going to be a high scoring game, or on the Cowboys side it will be. But I just feel like Jerry Jones is looking like really good right now. The Cowboys defense has been stepping up. They have an offense. Dak is playing MVP caliber football where he's scoring points and he's getting in rhythm with George Pickens, who may be the best wide receiver in the NFL, like right now. And then him and CeeDee Lamb. I just feel like they're on a roll right now, and this is going to be an interesting game, and it's going to be on what type of game Dan Campbell can call against Dak. I think that's what it's going to come down to.
Man, it's going to be huge. Both of them are out of the playoff right now, so the loser might be for real out.
That fourth down shit got to stop, right? The fourth down stuff, like it's got to stop, right?
I don't think it's going to,
bro. Like it has to stop. It has to stop. If you're not converting them, like it has to stop. It just looks silly. It just looks silly after a while. Like come on, like kick the field goal, bro. Like if I'm the kicker, I'm like after a third down, if I see they don't have it, maybe I'm just running out there. I don't know. Like it's just like someone needs to at some point grab the headphone or the mic and be like, enough's enough, guys. Like, we're not getting the fourth down. We don't have the calls. I don't know what it is, but if you're 0 for 3 on fourth down, like that should be like it should be like the red flag. You should only have so many to do. Like, bro, kick the ball. Either punt it or kick the field goal. Like, stop. Enough with it.
As long as you don't have the Giants kicker.
Yeah, it's just like, bro,
I
like
completely missed it.
It's like watching
right.
my homeboys play Madden, bro. Like I don't want to watch that when I'm watching an NFL game. Like I don't want to seem like I'm sitting at someone's house watching my homeboys play Madden and no one wants to kick on fourth down. Like, bro, kick the ball.
Nate Collins, check him out in the Green Light Podcast. Thank you, Nate. Best of luck with all of your teams going down this weekend. Let's talk next Wednesday. Joe O, Sammy P. We've got odds, spreads, potential ones on the college football playoff on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Power rankings, top of the hour, top 5 teams in the NFL. This was as tough as any week with any power rankings that we've done, because we haven't done the straight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a little while. And then you do it now. I'm like, I don't know. There's nobody that's great. And then you have the team that was looked at as the best team. They end up losing to Carolina in convincing fashion. That was ugly. Very challenging. Very challenging. We'll get to that coming up. Large list of teams that all seem to be about the same, at least the top 10. Joe O, Sammy P with you. All right, Sam, what's your question for Paul? You teased him that during the break, and Paul sounded thrilled. He was very excited for this question that you're going to have for him.
Oh, he'll be excited for the question. So having just listened to Nate Collins in the last segment, are we betting our severance checks on the Jags money line or what?
Severance checks? No. Well, I would like one lump.
I was thinking
sum.
about it. I only wish that when Nate said there's no chance the Jags are losing this game, we could have seen Paul's reaction. That's all I wanted to see live.
Was that good or bad?
I don't know.
Okay, let's understand that
Jags
player,
teaser.
Huge fan. He's saying Jaguars no matter what. He's never coming out and saying Jaguars are losing, right? So
he hasn't said it all year.
Yeah,
all
the
year
history.
he hasn't said it.
The history's a fair point, though. I mean, sometimes you're just snake bitten in a certain divisional circumstance. So, I mean, I buy that. What are we expecting out of Daniel Jones? Honestly, like, I don't want to go crazy. Are the Colts definitely making the playoffs?
No, that's not crazy at all.
So we talked about that on
so.
the show before the Chiefs game. They were 8-1 to miss, and I don't know who brought it up, but it was discussed because they had to go through Kansas City and then they had a bunch of divisional games, and they were 8-1. Now they're like 250 to miss the playoffs, plus 250.
Let me check. I think it's closer to a coin flip. Oh no, you're right.
It can't be a coin flip.
Plus 230 to miss. I thought
close
it would
enough.
be closer. Yeah.
So it is playoff machine season, and I started to mess around with that thing a little bit. Like, they lose this game, they're in trouble. The Colts.
Yeah.
Like they're a short favorite.
Colts
they
are
win
in
this,
trouble.
Things level out and a little stability. But I mean, look, I don't think Daniel Jones. I think there's a couple things. So the Sam Darnold Vikings thing last year that we saw, right? We saw what happened in the playoffs. I think that's very much in play for the Seahawks again this year. I think that's very much in play with the Colts and Daniel Jones this year if they get to the playoffs. I just can't buy either of those teams in the playoffs with those quarterbacks to make a deep run. But the Colts got to get there, man. And I mean, this would not be the first time we see like an 8-3 team fall apart and completely miss. And like the injury to Daniel Jones was one thing, but you were starting to see the real Daniel Jones a little bit too. So if they lose this game, they're in trouble.
Yeah. Okay, Jaguars twice. Is a split fair?
Yeah,
sure.
Jaguars twice. Okay, so now we're at 9 wins. At Seattle, loss.
Yep.
Hosting San Francisco.
You guys are no longer allowed to say that any San Fran game is a loss for San Fran because you keep doing it.
I'm not,
and they keep winning.
No,
I'm not going to.
Just because we took the Cardinals,
I would have said loss to Jacksonville.
This has been going on for a month. They can't keep winning.
I know.
They can't keep winning, and they keep winning.
I'm just staying off their games. But like for this exercise, I mean, that game's where? Is it in Indy?
It's a coin flip. Yeah, that's a coin flip.
I mean, it's a coin flip game, and then Houston is the last game. Like, this is not an easy road for the Colts,
man,
at all. If
you don't want to be going in there,
Houston might have their playoff lives to play for in that last game.
Yeah.
So
I have to go into my messages. Shope has a bunch of Colt shorts. We definitely talked about this with him because he bet it. He bet Colts to miss. And I want to say he bet under 11.5 wins adjusted. I've got the bets in our text thread. I gotta find them. I don't want to.
They played their best ball early.
I think he bet some Jags and Texans division So he went like a variety of ways, basically shorting the Colts a couple weeks ago.
Yep. And they've
Now-
had 2 losses since.
Are we necessarily buying the Jaguars? I mean, their schedule's a little easier. They got the Jets in there. Obviously, Colts twice. Broncos is tough, but you got the Titans to wrap up the season. A little bit softer landing.
It's Texans, right? Texans are.
I mean, that's the team that I've sort of fallen towards. I have no bets on it, and I hate that, again, talked about something that was a good idea. Texans to make were 8-1 and did absolutely nothing with it. I mean, you watch them play D, and to hear a guy who played in the NFL say that that's how you're supposed to play that side of the ball, like, they're just dominating. These old lines have no chance. And, you know, we'll talk with Jeff about this tomorrow because Jeff played O-line in the NFL. Like, that Chiefs line could be down 2 or 3 starters against that Houston D front. That's a problem, man.
I was thinking when you guys were talking about that with Nate, I'm like, can Andy scheme against that? And I just don't know. I just don't.
They can't
know.
run.
And
can't run the ball.
Right. Now here's the last thing I'll say, Joe, is it's a tough. Do you wait for it or not? Because I'm thinking maybe you wait for the Texans to lose this game and then bet them to get it. Now if they win, you
missed it. You missed it.
But the rest of their schedule, Cardinals, Raiders, Chargers, Colts.
We were doing Super Bowl bets like a month ago, and I brought up the Texans at 50-1, and Horvat's making fun of me on Twitter about it. And like, I look at it now. I was talking to a Patriots fan yesterday, and about the teams that could make, might not make, and all that stuff. And he was like, "Please, no Kansas City." I was like, "You sure about that?" I said, "Would you rather play these Chiefs or these Texans in the playoffs?" I know it's hard to say that I'd rather play Patrick Mahomes, but would you rather play that Texans defense?
Yes.
You'd rather play the Texans?
I think so too.
I
think so
do?
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in a playoff game, it's much different
Feels
because
different.
I'm talking about Mahomes against either Stroud or Davis Mills.
Yeah, that's still in play. Like Davis Mills is still in play.
That's all.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
all.
And they're still
quarterbacks
he sucks.
Quarterbacks. I know, but quarterbacks get so much more weight in the playoffs when they're at an elite level.
Yeah.
You're basically betting against Brady all over again. If you're doing the Mahomes fade, you're betting against Brady. And Brady and the Patriots went to 8 straight AFC title games? Like, it's the same thing.
How many great defenses have the Patriots faced this year? Any?
A half? One?
God, it's just.
Dude, I'm in some Patriot group threads. I'm in some Patriot group threads. Like, go figure. My life right now is Bears group threads and Patriots group threads. That's my life. Just all of them. Just talking about how easy it is to win in this league. And
they force you to hate those
mind-boggling.
teams. Yeah.
Hate's a strong word. I hate
don't
Bears
think it is.
fans for sure. Patriot fans,
the
I
people
don't care.
that you
but,
talk to.
but the ones, the Patriot guys are saying like, see, didn't take us that long to find our next Brady. And you're like, oh my God. Yep, that's what it is.
Nice.
That's what it is.
Let's talk next year.
Right. Jaden Daniels, CJ Stroud year 2. Or I guess year 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Much tougher schedule, all that. Like, yeah, it's going to be. So, yeah, if you look at the Patriots, let's see, tough defenses.
No, they have not.
Cleveland,
the Browns,
there was
I
Cleveland.
guess.
Yeah. No, I'd say
that
Cleveland.
counts.
And that's
One.
it. The rest are really
literally
bad.
My first number was a half. I was right there.
I guess Bills earlier in the season, you could make the argument.
It also wasn't at
healthy-ish.
Cleveland. It was home.
Yeah.
But, they still played them. Cleveland's
And that
a
game
much
was
different
really
team.
tight at half. That game was tight at half, and then Cleveland just had a bunch of mistakes in the
Yes.
third quarter, I believe.
That's right. Yep.
Do we
You're right
have
on.
to talk about Joe G?
Yes.
Are the
Tanner
Eagles
McKee?
dead? Tanner McKee. Well, I was more just thinking, like, is it time to buy low on the Eagles after everyone's
Dude,
out? Everyone's jumping shit.
Why is this the vibe in Philly? They just won the Super Bowl.
Always
and
is. Oh, dude,
the afternoon or the morning radio host is saying to bench the quarterback who just won the Super Bowl MVP. Are these people insane?
Yes.
Okay. That's it. That's the only justification to want to bench the Super Bowl MVP the next season.
They're miserable. They're playing into the miserable fan base, but miserable fan base, they want something to complain about and be the victim and blah, blah, blah. Like it's nice to have them at arm's length. I'll say that. My people.
Just out of nowhere, I got a message from Joe G the other day.
Me too.
Just going on and on. This reminds me of Sean McVay. He's the next Sean
copied
McVay.
And pasted. He copied and pasted.
Yeah. Good. Maybe he said it to both of us at the same time. And he ends it. Eagles are in trouble.
Yes,
it was like he was amping himself to get on the air. Yes.
He said this last year, and they won the Super Bowl.
This is why we bring it up. This is why when Sam, this is before. I was saying Phillies World Series, and he's like, they're not making the playoffs. And what happened? The Phillies go to the World Series. This is what they do. I'm not sitting here saying the Eagles are winning the NFC, but does it mean we bet on them this week? They're all out.
Eagles this week. Yes, 100%.
I got to write that
on
down.
the
Eagles. I got to write that
Chargers
down. I got to remember that one.
And
-3. There's
you love Philly and that short favorite roll, -2 on the road.
No O-line.
There's no home field. No home field either.
There will be.
Herbert playing?
That's going to be an Eagles trip. It'll be home field towards the Eagles, if anything.
I'm writing this down. Philly.
Eagles.
Money line.
Yeah.
-2.5.
Birds.
Do it now? Like, what if we get word on Herbert later in the week?
Yeah.
So 3 at Westgate. Already 3.
Yeah, there's some threes popping. All right. More there. More here next. Power rankings. Our top 5 teams in the NFL. This was tough. I'm expecting some differences here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, everything was on the table with this rendition of Power Rankings. There are a lot of metrics that have some teams that are very high that are playing some awful ball right now. Very curious if they cracked Sam's top 5. Some of them did, some did not. This was tough. So we're going to go 1 through 5 Power Rankings, best teams in the NFL right now, and I'll just say that I understand why the Super Bowl odds have a bunch of NFC teams at the very top. So it's wild. The Super Bowl odds, we went over some of this yesterday. Top 4 teams all in the NFC, and then the next 6 are all in the AFC. But I still don't think any of the NFC teams are all that great. So let's go over that, Sam. You start us off with your power rankings, starting with number 5. You're working your way up.
These are the fun lists to make because we're going to have strong opinions, but these are going to be way different. It's so much better than let's rank the 3 best quarterbacks or is Michael better than LeBron, right? Like these are actual arguments that you can have based on either the eye test or your numbers. I did the numbers again. The 1 week I did eye test, I got flamed on the internet. So I'm like, all right, forget it. I'm going to just do the odds and the power rankings. So I also, let me start by saying, I don't have the number 1 seed right now in the NFC, and I don't have the top 6 seeds in the AFC. So that's where I'm at. Number 5, the Detroit Lions. The Lions, who, oh, by the way, I want to bet against tomorrow. Just to kind of explain how tight these teams are, right? Because the Cowboys are peaking and the Lions are sort of middling right now. But from a power rating standpoint, the Lions still rate really high. You ask any odds maker, they're a top 5 team. And I use a lot of guys. I use the Westgate numbers. I use South Point numbers, Kenny White's numbers, Vegas Rick's numbers. They all have them in the top 5. And they're all smarter than me, so the Lions are on line 5. Number 4, I know they might change Jalen Hurts to Tanner McKee at quarterback, but the Eagles are still a really good football team. Now, understand they had some issues on the offensive line against Chicago, and Dennis Allen also called a great game, but the Eagles are still battered on that O-line. They haven't been healthy all year, and they never really replaced Mekhi Becton, but they couldn't run. I think you get some of those guys back on the O-line. The defense we know is very, very good. Bears had a couple, short drives, if you will. I still like the Eagles, and I would not bet against that team in the playoffs. 3 is Seattle. I have a feeling you're going to have Seattle a little bit higher. Kenny White has Seattle number 1, just for context. So he's got a number 1 team in the league right now. I have them 3 because defensively they're just so good, and it works in levels. Those great Bears teams I covered, they had an impact player at every level. D-line, linebacker, secondary. Seattle has that. On top of the coaching and the schematics, the only issue, big picture, can Darnold do it? Can he do it? But they have a legit number 1 receiver in Smith and Jigba, and their play calling on offense has been very good. 2, maybe a little bit of bias here. One guy tells me they're number 1 in the NFL. I'm not that high, but I'm close on Buffalo. If everything is so wide open in the playoffs, why don't you just take the quarterback you trust the most? That's where I'm at on Buffalo, and that's where I've been all along. I just trust 17. If he's bad in any of these games in the playoffs, they're going to lose. Like, that's the game they lose, when he's not Superman. But when he's Superman, who are you picking over him on a neutral? Mm-hmm. There's not many. It's got to be a quarterback that won a Super Bowl, you would think. So that leaves Mahomes, that leaves Hurts, and that leaves the quarterback of my number 1 team. I think it's the best roster in football, with Sean McVay orchestrating the whole thing. I went LA Rams on line 1. But, Joe, between 1 and 5, my gap is like a point and a half. Like, there's no huge gap between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all sandwiched together.
This is what I've been saying for weeks, man. And we can go from 2 to 8. Like, what's the difference? It's very little. Maybe it's 2 points. It just doesn't stop at that 5 line. It keeps going. Like 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's like almost no difference. That's why it's very challenging. All right, Sam, Rams 1, Bills 2, Seahawks 3, Eagles 4, Lions 5. Couple of teams I don't have in my top 5. So let's go to that part of the list. Number 5, a team that you did not have on your list. I have eventually gotten there. I just feel like they've earned it, and I'm going to give it to them. And there are some metrics to support it. And like some people would say, wow, this is too low. Maybe, but I'm also higher than a lot of metrics, a lot of odds would have, certainly higher than Super Bowl odds. I decided to put New England in the top 5. I gave them the 5th line. New England with a record of 11-2, the 3rd best point differential in the NFL. Yes, I've said it as much as anybody. They haven't played anybody. It happened again on Monday. It's a tiring debate with it's not their fault, whatever. They're killing teams, though. It's not like they're playing bad teams and they're close games. They're killing teams, and they play, for the most part, turnover-free football, clean football. And the other thing, which never goes into it with special teams because it's very tough to quantify. But like one of the big differences in that game on Monday, for instance, special teams. That was massive, a massive deciding factor in that game. So, I mean, they're a well-coached team. They're only going to get better. It doesn't mean the record is going to be better next year. They're just going to have more challenging opponents. But for this year, I'm going to give it to them. But yeah, you know, net yards per play, they're 8th. You look at DVOA, total DVOA, they're 14th. They're an average team as far as that goes. But I decided to put the Patriots 5th. In the Super Bowl odds, they're 7th. So it's not that far off. All right. Number 4, I've got another AFC team. You're a bit higher on them than I am, but it's really just lining them up with the teams that I have 1 through 3. I did put the Bills in there. I didn't want to go with making a top 5 list and not having the Bills. And you talked a lot about Josh Allen. That's where I ended up. When I'm doing the comparison of the teams that it did not make it. So obviously I'm not going to have Indy or Denver in. When I'm doing Josh Allen or Daniel Jones with the state of his leg right now and the way that the Colts are playing. Come on, it's easy. I'm going Josh Allen or am I going Bo Nix? Yes, I know you get that elite defense with the Broncos, but Josh Allen covers all of that up. So I had to go Josh Allen number 4. And yes, I do remember that the Patriots did beat the Bills, and I still have them ahead of them. Doesn't matter, and they're going to play again. We'll see what happens in that game. I think Josh Allen and the Bills take them in that one. So I go with the Bills at number 4. That is the team in my list that has the most losses with 4 of them. Number 3, I found this to be the most challenging spot because I think 1 and 2 are pretty clear, and it's a matter of what order do you have them. But the 3rd best team in the league for me was the most difficult. And you know what? I just landed on the Green Bay Packers. 8-3-1 on the year. EPA per play, they've got the best offense going. When love is right, man, are they scary. Losing Kraft for the season certainly helps. But you look at what's happened this year with this team. They're not that far off from having a perfect record. All of their losses are by a field goal. All 3 of them. At Cleveland, Carolina, against Philly, and then they've got the tie against Dallas. Like this team, and you've got the elite playmaker on the other side with Parsons, and sometimes you just walk away from their games like, that's not dominant enough for me. That's not, but where's the dominance? Where is it? They just keep winning, and there's nobody that is manhandling them. Nobody in this league. Every loss by 3 points. So I go Packers. Big few weeks for them. They get the Bears twice. All right, number 2. What's the order with the Rams and the Seahawks? I've got them 1, 2. How do you figure out the order? I ended up going Seahawks 2, Rams 1, basically because the Rams beat the Seahawks. We're splitting hairs here. But I don't fault anyone if they want to power rate Seattle as number 1 overall. Most metrics, they are number 1 overall. The Darnold thing scares you a little bit. It does. And you look at the last few weeks, I'm a little concerned about the offense. It was Darnold a couple of weeks ago, and then trust. You look this week, they didn't have to do anything offensively. That defense, certainly trust. No questions about it. And then the Rams, yeah, I know what happened this past weekend. We all saw it. Stafford finally turned the ball over. He finally threw some interceptions. We knew it was going to happen eventually. It happened this game, and they end up losing. But still, as far as balance, they're probably the best team in football, and they beat the Seahawks, so I put them 1. We both have the Rams at number 1. I put the Seattle Seahawks 2, Packers 3, Bills 4, Patriots 5. Sam, neither of us have Indy. Neither of us have Denver, Kansas City, or Baltimore. Those 4 AFC teams. So we're on the same page there. You kept New England out, and I kept Philadelphia out.
I have New England 6. So
Okay.
just for context, I'm right there. The hardest team for me is Kansas City because you know what they are at their best. They're good enough to beat anybody, but they just haven't shown you their best.
Yeah.
How many A games have the Chiefs played this year? I'm talking like the professor gives you the test back, you got a 95 or a 96 on it. How many of those games have the Chiefs had? I think the answer is 1. When they did it against Baltimore, 37-20. They beat their ass. To me, that was their best game. But we haven't seen a lot of that. It's been a lot of tight games and a lot of losses in those tight games they used to win. But when you put Kansas City 7, 8, 9, you're like, that's not right because they wouldn't be dogs against 8 teams in the league right now. So you have to kind of balance the numbers with what you're seeing with Kansas City.
Yeah. They've had some blowout wins against bad teams, but we're not going to give them extra credit for that. They beat the Lions by a couple of scores, but right now the Lions are out of the playoff. So that's the other part of this. The bad schedule has caught up. The tough road schedule has caught up to them. Losing 3 of 4. Where were those losses? Buffalo, Denver, and Dallas. Now Dallas is a tough game. And the home win of those last 4 was Indy, and that was in overtime. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't even, given a list of 5, I didn't even consider the teams with 6 losses. Like, it just comes to a point where we know what the potential is with Kansas City. It's the same thing with Baltimore. We know what the potential is with Lamar, but we're not seeing it. What we have seen is 3 straight games without a passing touchdown for Lamar. That's where we're at. Early in the season, it was the defense. Right now, it's the offense that has an issue. Is there going to be time where it all comes together? I don't know. They're going to have their opportunity because there's nobody else that's going to take that division from them.
So we did more of a power rating system, and I'll read off the top 3 again. Joe already did it for you, but just in case you forgot, Joe's got Rams, Seahawks, Packers, 1, 2, 3. I've got Rams, Bills, Seahawks. Would you like to hear my teammate Tom Brady's power rankings this week?
Can I first hear where you have Green Bay? I'm curious on that.
7.
So right after New England. Okay.
But New England and Green Bay are almost numerically equal.
Yeah.
Percentage points.
What's Brady got?
Number 3, Chicago.
We're doing 3.
Chicago.
Neither of us have the Bears. Okay.
Number 2, Denver.
Neither of us have Denver.
Number 1, Tom Brady's best team in the NFL right now.
It's not the Rams.
The New England Patriots.
I feel so great about our list.
You get your 3,
neither of
Tom.
us have.
I'll take my 3. I'll take mine to win the Super Bowl.
God, it's just, what did I just see? What did I just see? Forget where I had him last week. Wipe it clean. Let's start over. Why don't these are just, why don't you do teams of the week? Just do your teams of the week, Tom. Like, good Lord. But a lot of people do this. It's so public. It's what we talk about in betting. What do they see last? The public bets on what they see last. We interview bookmakers all the time. They utter that line again and again and again. And it's true with the most respected football voices in the world, too. What did I see last? That's what the reality is in this league.
I like our three teams. If we were going to line up your three, my three, and Tom's three, and you pick two, I'm taking our threes every day.
Yeah, 100%.
Chicago.
Still have no idea who the hell's going to win the Super Bowl. No clue. I don't know who's going to play. I think it's good. It's good. A lot of fun. We haven't had a season like this. I don't know if ever. Like, it's been such a long time. All right, coming up next, live dogs and teasers. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Yesterday, Sam, we were talking about the fallout of over the Thanksgiving week in Circa Survivor, $18.7 million. There are 45 entries still alive. And during the break, I was taking a look at the marketplace because it's an incredible amount of value. If you took one of those dogs on Thanksgiving, you make it through 13B. Now you're one of 45 going for this $19 million. And there's one post in the marketplace for 50% of one entry. You can get it for only $200,000.
Okay.
Wild, man. I don't know what has actually been sold or what they're going for, but man, I would definitely be, if I were lucky enough, I suck at Survivor, even though I love it. I'll probably never be lucky enough to get that far, but if I were, man, I'd be very tempted to put it on the marketplace, especially since you could still hold a piece moving forward, which is really interesting. Like, okay, but you don't get pick control, but I'll give you 5-10%. I'm going to more than make all the money that I already invested, and let's free roll the rest of the way.
See, if I was this far in the game, I'm not saying I would do this, but you would have to consider selling the whole entry for $500,000. How could you not think about that?
The whole? Yeah.
That's where I would be, because I know
Yes.
I'm not going to win. I know I'm not winning this thing. I'm going
got to
to
beat 44.
I'm going to crack like an egg under pressure and walk away with nothing. So if you give me, if this person can sell a half entry for 200, and I can sell a full entry right now for $500,000 and not deal with the stress and the back and forth and the sleepless nights and the ability or likelihood to walk away with nothing, yeah, I'm out, bro. $500,000, you can have the whole thing. Good luck.
Do you think but going in their mindset, what they just have been through now, would you have the mindset that I'm going to crack like an egg if you just hit a 14-leg parlay? Because that's what they've done to get here.
Yes.
Okay. I think most people would not. Like, you've been around this too long and you understand. But the sleepless nights point is certainly fair. I couldn't imagine
pick one game. You got to pick one game, and there's millions of dollars on the line, and there's only 11 people left. Have a fun week with that.
And there's a Christmas week coming up. Like, you just went through that with Thanksgiving. So what are people going to do? They're probably like, it's going to be just like Thanksgiving. Let's take some dogs. I don't know. It's going to be tough. I'm very curious to see what happens. Almost nobody got knocked out in the second half of the week because it was just the Rams, and only 4 people ended up taking them. So that part was chalky. We'll see what happens this upcoming week. You taking Tampa or not? We talked about that a little bit yesterday. We'll have our official Survivor plays coming up on tomorrow's show. And what a banger we have of a game. Thursday Night Football. 2 teams that are out, 2 teams that are dangerous in Detroit and Dallas. Can't wait to talk about that one. That coming up on tomorrow's show. What else did we have? Okay, Kansas City. We wanted to talk about Kansas City. For the first time, we do power rankings, and we're barely even talking about the Chiefs for good reason, because they have 6 losses on the year. As far as the odds, they are the 9th team listed. They were not part of that conversation. They're around 18-1 to win the Super Bowl. What have you seen with the Chiefs after their Thanksgiving loss?
So I basically went back into my emails and found Kenny White, legendary Vegas odds maker, 40 years plus doing this every day, every sport. I went back and pulled up his power ratings for week 1 and put them side by side with the power ratings today. So I thought it would be interesting. And Paul brought this up. He's like, how have odds makers changed the Chiefs? Well, I literally have the information. So let me start with week 1. Do you want the ratings too, or just the order? What do you think is more important?
Well, the ratings is more important.
Okay. Well, in the Chiefs conversation, he's actually upgraded Kansas City a half a point. So despite their record, he still has them as the second highest rated team. And what Kenny is saying there is that the only team that would be favored over Kansas City on a neutral is Seattle. So he's got Seattle 1 and Kansas City 2. But Kenny had Kansas City at a 105, and he's got them at a 106 right now. So he's actually increased their power rating a point, which some people would disagree with. But then when he comes from the position of, all right, do or die game, neutral field, who's favored over the Chiefs? And his answer is 1. Yours might be higher, and we can put 5 teams in our power ratings, but at the end of the day, if an odds maker is going to make a number on it, he's doing it from math, not from opinion. So he's a point up on Kansas City, believe it or not.
So do you think he would recommend betting the Chiefs at 18-1?
I don't know, but if he thinks they're the second best team in the league, he thinks they're undervalued. We should get Kenny on, man. I mean, we should get Kenny on tomorrow or Friday if we can pin the tail on the donkey. He's not exactly easy to nail down these days. But these are fair questions to ask a guy like that. Should we be betting the teams in his 2-3 slot? Okay, I'm going to go backwards.
Go over the teams again. Go over the order.
Yeah.
Very
well,
curious.
let me just do Kenny's top 3. Let's do his top 5 right now, today.
Okay.
Seattle is a 108. Kansas City is a 106. Detroit and the Rams are 105.5. And Buffalo's 105. Seattle, KC, Detroit, LA, Buffalo. His top 5. Sorry, I was going to do week 1. Go ahead.
The two that jump out with big picture value are Kansas City and Detroit. Kansas City 18-1. Detroit has a top 3 team 25-1. Tomorrow means so much. So if Detroit loses, are they out? Are they going to make the playoff? What does that 25 become? And wow, the 18-1 and the 25-1. Those numbers are certainly fair because of the number of losses that those two teams have compiled. But he's just saying, look, the better teams. Is it going to play out this year? I don't know. Are both of those teams that are out of the playoff right now going to make their way in? We don't know. We don't know. The small sample size is going to decide all that.
And see, I think that's why our power ratings are a little bit skewed, because we didn't want to put teams that are unlikely to make the playoffs too high. But an odds maker, the essence of an odds maker, you don't even look at the standings. You don't want to know the standings because standings can be misleading, right?
Mm-hmm.
If a really bad team faces a horrible schedule and is 3-3, they're not like elevated power rating wise. Like the numbers don't lie. So here's Kenny's top 5 week 1 going into the season. Baltimore, number 1, Philly 2, Detroit 3, KC 4, Buffalo 5. Commanders tied for 6th. Nope, not this year. Ravens, Eagles, Lions, Chiefs, Bills. That's his order going into the season.
So Detroit hasn't budged. Buffalo hasn't budged. 3-5 before the year, 3-5 right now.
Chiefs have gone up.
That's really interesting. Ravens down, Eagles down. Yeah, Chiefs have gone up a couple of spots. That's hard to wrap your head around. But like I brought up yesterday, Patrick Mahomes leads the NFL in total EPA. Like he's quarterback number 1 right now as far as total EPA, but nobody would guess that. And I understand
But
why.
nobody wants to you can't put the Chiefs on a top 5 list when you're doing a show because then you sound stupid.
Yeah.
Because they're not a top 2 team. But an odds maker doesn't care about playoff path or standings. It's who's favored. Who's favored on a neutral. That's all that matters. Couple other quick things. He had Seattle at 19th coming into the year at 98.5. He's got Seattle now at 108. So he's moved Seattle up 10 points. That's a huge increase. He had the Patriots at 97. Now he's got the Patriots at 103. So they've moved up 6 points. And then let's do Chicago. Why not? Chicago was 98.5.
Okay.
He's got Chicago at 99. He hasn't really changed them at all.
I'm not surprised. Are you?
Nope. No. To have Seattle move up 10 points and Chicago a point, I'm a little surprised by that, but odds makers don't believe in the Bears. They just don't.
Well, we don't either. We didn't put them in the top 5, and they're the 1 seed in the NFC right now. And Tom Brady's got them number 3 in the NFL. Oh, it's funny. I love this. This is some really good stuff. All right, let's talk about week 14. How about some teasers? Any teasers that jump out to you right away? All right, this one's a solid number.
Packers to basically win the game.
Okay.
And how do we not, off of the conversation with Nate Collins, tease Jacksonville from plus 1.5 to plus 7.5 at home?
Yeah, Jacksonville's the team that I wrote down as well. Division game at home, getting more than a touchdown against team playing bad, beat up quarterback. What the hell's going on with his leg? How much is it going to impact him? Well, you saw. And by the way, with all the Daniel Jones conversation, we're not talking about the other one on the other side of the ball. How about Sauce Gardner? He had an injury this past Sunday. So I think you're right. Getting more than a touchdown there. That is a good spot. You're saying Bears just to win. Any others that stand out?
Thought about
How do you
Rams.
feel? Yes,
Rams
that's where I was going.
Okay,
Yep.
Rams 8-2 makes sense. So does Seattle 7-1. You're taking those teams on the road and drilling them down. So Seattle just has to win. Well, by more than one. You're not going through 7. You're going from 7-1. But Seattle's either going to kill them or Atlanta's going to win the game. I don't think Seattle's going to win by 1. Guess I shouldn't rule anything out at this point in the NFL. But Seattle down, Rams down. I like Green Bay down the most of the 3, and then just hooked with Jacksonville.
I got one more for you. Maybe a couple more. Maybe it's a teaser week. Washington maybe gets Jaden Daniels out there. I don't know who's playing for the Vikings. Don't know if it matters. You can get Washington plus 8 at Minnesota. This Minnesota team.
Who's starting at quarterback?
Rosmer.
Rosmer?
For either team, I don't know. But Mariota played very well on Sunday night. Part of me is like, is there any way he can do that again? I don't know. But the Vikings have to win by 8 or more? I don't know about that one.
The problem is Washington just gave you a really good showing. And I'm always weary of taking bad teams to replicate back-to-back weeks that are solid. Like that, I understand what you're saying. In a vacuum, let's make Minnesota expensive. I get it. But Washington blows. They could lose by 10. They could.
Sure. I know. Exactly. I had the same, but the reason I brought him up is, wait, this is more about the Vikings, not about Washington. It's more about the Vikings because they're just a train wreck right now. If it's Brosmer, yeah, I'm in. I'm in on that if it's Brosmer. I don't know that it will be. Some will say Tampa Bay, you get them inside of a field goal. I'm not there. I wouldn't be shocked if they lose that one outright. Denver's probably a good one. You get them minus 1.5 against Vegas. I mean, come on.
Vegas has probably quit.
They're the worst. Are they the worst team in the NFL? Maybe next to Tennessee.
Let me pull up Kenny's numbers. He's got Vegas tied for 30th with the Browns.
The Browns are better, right? Slightly.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah.
Which turd is
Favored
bigger?
by 4.
Which turd smells worse?
Browns minus 4 this weekend. Go ahead, lay that.
Stop.
That's ridiculous. The total is 33.5.
I would not bet the over. Sorry. Would not happen.
Nope. Should we take Tennessee plus 10?
Should we drink what's under the sink?
A fair retort. All right, Joe O, Sammy P. We'll get to some live dogs as well, and a lot happening in our business that I want to get to coming up. Final hour of the show at 11 a.m. Eastern. Tom Casale will be dropping by, talk some college football, some college hoops. Caroline Fenton as well. She'll be there at 11:20 Eastern. This is Bet Sweats with you on a Wednesday morning. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Final hour of the show will be guest intensive with Joe O. Sammy P here. We'll talk a lot of college football, college basketball, and we'll get to our lightning bets. Final hour of the show coming up. Man, things are changing a whole lot in this business. And if you consume the BetMGM network, I'm assuming that you're also elsewhere. This isn't the only media outlet that you pay close attention to. If you've been reading some of the trades, and I assume that a lot of you do not, but, being in the business, a lot of us, our socials are geared towards that, where it's going to pump their way into our feeds about all the news in the business and people that we know at this network and outside of this network. And there are a lot of things changing, man. And there are two massive brands that certainly stand out to me where things are changing a lot. And I just find it to be interesting. It's not just here. And if things are changing, it doesn't mean something is failing at all. It's just the way the business has evolved has changed so much. And what's important now has changed a whole lot. And I think a lot of the people making these decisions really don't know what to do. Like they're guessing this is the way to go or that is the way to go, but they don't really know. Barstool Sports is one of the biggest brands. I don't really, whether you like it or not, I don't think you can debate that. And you've got massive shows over there that are going away, which is a sign, not failing shows. It's just, you know what? This model doesn't work anymore. So you've got Kirk Minahan's show that is going away. Now, Kirk's been dealing with his own demons and he's going through a lot, and I don't think he's there to do the show on a regular basis. And I know he's taken on some other projects as well, but that announcement came from Barstool. And then one of their longest running, most successful daily shows is out in KFC Radio. So I was like, wow, things are really shifting. It sounds like those people are going to stay with the company, the hosts of both of those shows, but they're just going to do different things, a different situation than us. Like our show is going to come to an end in a few weeks, but we're not going to be staying with the company. I think, I don't know. And then yesterday, huge announcement from WFAN. We joke about the flagship on this network. That is the flagship of the company. The entire Odyssey Sports Wing, it's WFAN. It started the whole thing. Massive ratings, the revenue, the whole deal. We know the history. It all got started with Mike and the Mad Dog, right? Another change again. Craig Carton going back home for a third time now. I know after he was let go from FS1, he was doing his own project on the side just to get his reps going, and probably figured eventually he would land there. He landed there. So what are they doing over there? Well, there's a ton of changes going on at WFAN. And, outside of Boomer and Geo in the morning, like, it has been a lot of changes going on with the real flagship. So they're moving Evan and Tiki to middays. Evan Roberts been in middays forever in that town. He's been in afternoons a couple times, one time with Craig Carton. Right now he's there with Tiki. He's being moved to middays. So what are they doing with the midday show? It sounds like it's getting blown up. Brandon Tierney and Sal Licata. And Keith McPherson, who maybe you've seen on MLB Network, he was doing nights. He resigned a few weeks ago. The assumption is, of course, that he saw this coming or that he knew that this was happening. And maybe he didn't want to ride this to the very end, kind of like how we are here. So this morning I was listening to Boomer and Geo. I was like, oh, I got to hear their thoughts on it. And it was interesting because what they were talking about is a lot of what we're dealing with and they're friends with and they work with. They're in the same building and, a lot of them work together with the Infinity Broadcasting people. And that's getting blown up in all of this and how challenging that is with that going away. And, Boomer likened it to his playing days, just how it's just like getting cut and you got to keep plugging away, keep trying. And, do you need to reinvent yourself That's a lot of the things that we've been going through in our minds and our conversations off air over the last month. So I thought it was really interesting. I assume a lot of our audience consumes other media, other sports media, and maybe those brands specifically, WFAN and Barstool Sports. And it's interesting how things are changing, and this long form stuff doesn't seem to work as much in 2025.
When you said reinvent yourself, part of me died on the inside because I'm like, I've already done that. I don't want to do that again. I reinvented myself. I was the Chicago sports reporter that occasionally filled in on the weekend and became the Vegas betting guy and did it to the best of my abilities, man. Could not have done, I don't think, a better job of navigating that mess through Vegas, meeting all the guys out there, moving to Boston, taking this job, working for Fox. Like, what am I going to do now? Like, can't exactly go back. What am I going to cover baseball games in Chicago again? That's not going to happen. So I don't know.
They don't send anybody.
Yeah, well, a robot will do it now. A robot will just write the game recap. You don't even need a newspaper person anymore. And then, the sound will get posted on the internet, and a robot will just cut that. So why would we pay somebody to go to the game and hold a microphone? Why would we want anybody to build a relationship with the players? Different conversation. So if you really think about it, like, and I haven't, FAN is kind of doing what's happening at our place because FAN brings in an old head, Craig Carton, to do the afternoon show. Well, who's going to do the afternoon show at our new place? Jim Rome. So, okay. So then Rome does 3 to 7. They move Costos to 9 to 12, which is the show that we've been doing. And then they plug in other pieces along the way. But this is exactly what happened. Like, just let's shuffle the chairs on the deck and see what happens.
Isn't it the same people making these decisions?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm just saying. I know. Yeah, wait, whatever. You're told one thing and we know that it's something different. But yeah, I mean, the message is, it's not us crying about our situation. I've come to terms with it. I'm fine with it. And I'm looking forward. I honestly am. Sometimes you see people make their announcement and they're just got let go. Looking forward to seeing what's next. I truly am looking forward to seeing what's next. I don't know exactly what that is. There are a lot of things that need to be hammered out. Hopefully that happens in the next few weeks. I don't know that it will. That's the honest to God's truth. I don't know that it will. So we just say continue to follow us on social. Hopefully we'll have some sort of an announcement before we wrap up. Yeah.
Are you admitting now that you're not going to post a 15-picture Instagram collage and type out a poem for everybody to read? You're not going to do that?
Who
Everybody does that when they lose jobs.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Pomp and circumstance.
I saw a bunch. I know. I saw one yesterday, like people marquee too. Like, I know it's not, we're probably talking about the same thing. I'm like, am I expected to do that?
No, you're not. You're the hugest underdog of all time to post a photo collage with a poem.
Yeah.
Like something about the wind beneath your wings or something stupid like that.
Oh God.
No, like I go on
heavy.
LinkedIn sometimes. I don't know why. I mostly just get bombarded by college-age kids asking me if I can help get them jobs. Like that's what LinkedIn is for me now. It used to be a place where you would just have your resume, and now it's just 23 to 25-year-olds saying, "Hey, can you get me a job, bro?" I'm like, this is not how this works. But beside the point, you see so many posts on LinkedIn, and anybody who uses LinkedIn, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, it's the fakest place on the internet for people trying to like connect with other people. You're connected to a bunch of strangers you've never met, and they leave you skills and reviews and like your stories. And then people are constantly changing jobs. And I constantly have to read, "It was an honor to spend 11 months at this wonderful company blank, but I am taking my talents and I am happy to announce that I'm going to blank. Excited, honored, can't wait for this opportunity. I'd like to thank everybody I've ever met for molding me into the person that I am today, and I can't wait to continue my journey." And then that same person makes a post like that in 15 months. It's the stupidest website of all time.
This is all so foreign to me, man. I've been with the same company for 23 years. Like, I am the extreme outlier in this business, and am I going to continue in this business? I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy, but like, yeah, that doesn't happen much anymore. But like, there's so many shows that have gone away, and a lot of it like, we hear from people all the time, like, thank God you guys are still here because this went away, that went away, and it led me to you guys, and I wish I found you many, many years ago. Thing is, many, many years ago, we weren't doing this. We just started doing this a little over a year ago on a daily basis. A long, long time ago, we were doing it once a week, and there were like 400 of you listening that even knew about the sports betting podcast. We were ahead of our own time, Sam. We were ahead of everybody in this game. And you brought it up maybe a few weeks ago, and I've certainly thought a lot about it since. Like, damn it, if we could have just stuck together all this time, what would we have built by now? But I don't know. Bet the Board did that, and they ended up deciding to leave.
We're better on the radio than Bet the Board, though. I'm sorry, Todd and Payne. We're better on the radio. They know what they're talking about, and they make money, no doubt. But they're not trained radio people.
Yeah,
we've been doing.
Reading. Yeah,
we were radio people that became betting radio people, and the problem with the industry now is you have people getting jobs that either don't bet or don't have media backgrounds. They just look a certain way, or they click a certain way. Oh, this person has 2 million followers on TikTok. Let's give them a 5-figure job right out of college, or a 6-figure job. Joe and I were making like 30 grand when we were 30, that's what makes it so maddening. We're in that weird middle now where we missed the golden age and all the big salaries, and now we're not young or pretty enough to get the new jobs.
Go buy followers. That's the message I'm getting. People that are getting jobs and keeping jobs, they bought their followers, they get no interactions, but you got to keep them. Massive following. Really? Why don't you take a look at that? Take a look at that following. What sort of what interactions are they getting? How are they helping things? Anyways, getting off the soapbox. Tom Casale next. College football, college basketball here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Another hour to go here. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We'll talk to Caroline Fenton coming up in about 20 minutes about some college football, but let's dive into it a little bit and some college hoops with our buddy Tom Casale from Sportsline, a college sports betting analyst over there at the Tom Casale over on X. Tom, the reaction to the CFP, that's certainly where we started. That's where a lot of people are going this morning, and the big change is they protect Bama. They move Bama up to 9. They slot Notre Dame down a little bit. And then Miami's just kind of hanging out there in between Notre Dame, right there after BYU. So obviously that result will weigh heavily when it comes to the final bracket. But what was your reaction, if any, to what we saw last night?
Well, let me put it this way. When we saw Bama move up, my son said, oh, they moved him up just so they can make the playoffs. He's 10. Mm-hmm. So there you go. I mean, so even 10-year-olds know what the committee's doing. Listen, here's the thing I would say. If you want to have conference championship games still in this day and age to crown a champion, that's fine. But to say that the loser has to go to the playoffs, it's nonsense. I mean, is Duke going to go if they lose? I think they just set a bad precedent last year by saying, well, if you make, we want to reward you if you make it. Listen, put the best teams in. That's it. And I know the game happened in August, but SEC, is bad law. They're talking about all their good losses. Didn't I see Alabama get run out of the stadium by 5-7 Florida State, and then they beat 5-7 Auburn and they move up? I mean, it's a bunch of nonsense. They're putting the teams in they want in.
SEC bias, buddy. That's what it is.
No doubt about it. And, I just think if Alabama loses with 3 losses, there's other teams that can make a claim to have that last spot. Miami, I know Vanderbilt lost those 2 games, but man, it's too bad they're not in there. This will go to 16 teams at some point. This would have been a great year for the 16 teams because there's a few teams on the outside I think could have made the playoffs interesting.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting. As far as the conference championship games, though, is there one or two that you have circled that you really like?
Yeah, I think Virginia is going to win easy. You look at the last time they played, it was 34-17. The game wasn't that close. They had 540 total yards to Duke's 255. They had a couple of turnovers in that game. All season I kept waiting for Virginia to slide back, and they just did it. They just kept winning. I don't think they're a great team, but I think this number should be closer to 6, to be honest with you. And then it's hard to say this because they've lost 10 out of the last 11, but I just think Georgia's the better team right now. When they first played, I thought Alabama was the better team, but I think Georgia, when you go from that Tennessee game to now, is one of the more improved teams in the country. I just like the way they're playing on both sides of the ball, so I got to lean Georgia there.
What about the total, 47.5 in the SEC? Thoughts on that either way?
Yeah, I lean over in the SEC and under in the Big Ten. That's Alabama, Georgia, they usually start out fast. The first halves in those games are usually pretty high scoring. So if that happens again, it's interesting because, Alabama's offense, there's just something's not right with it. They're beating teams like LSU and Auburn, and they're barely scraping by. And it hasn't been the same offense that we saw earlier in the season. But I think it's gonna play well in this game. But I do like Georgia to win.
All right. What about the Big Ten title game? Anything there with Ohio State, Indiana, and so? Based on what you were pointing back to the committee's comments last year about not getting dinged if you end up losing, does that mean it's going to be 1-2, these Big Ten teams, no matter what at the end?
I guess so. I mean, here's my question. It's like, what if Alabama or Indiana gets blown out, right? Like the worst thing that happened last year was Dabo and Clemson, SMU back in that game in the fourth quarter. Let's be honest. Clemson blew SMU's doors off in that game. And then 10 minutes left and SMU scores a couple of touchdowns and made it close. So I'm wondering what happens if Ohio State wins by 20 or Georgia, wins by 20. Then I think the committee has a decision to make. This is a real tough game to call because when you look at it on paper, these two are like top 5 and everything. I think it's going to be close throughout. I lean Ohio State, similar to last year in the championship game against Notre Dame. I feel like their playmakers on the outside will make a play late in the game to give them a little room to breathe. So I have a lean to Ohio State here.
Speaking of blowouts and 20-point wins, I've got a buddy who's pretty close to the situation in James Madison. He doesn't work for the team or anything, but he's close to the team. And he said, whatever it is, lay it. And I'm like, man, that's a big number, 23.5. And he said, 23.5? Ha! He laughed. He laughed at 23.5, Tom. I don't know how to react to that. I mean, is he too close to it or is he dead on? Is Troy going to get just blown out here against JMU?
I think they are, and here's why. It's 2025, and the Sun Belt still has divisions. Troy isn't the second best team in the Sun Belt. Old Dominion is. So this should have been James Madison versus Old Dominion. So now you're getting the third best team in the Sun Belt against the James Madison team that has to roll it up. I think Troy's in big trouble here. I don't think they're going to score much, and obviously when James Madison gets a lead, this isn't a game where they're going to take the foot off the gas. It's a huge number. Maybe there's going to be other opportunities to bet it live in second half and stuff like that, but I think they cover it.
Did you have an opinion on Mountain West? Boise laying 4 against UNLV?
Yeah, Boise has dominated this series, and they blasted them earlier in the year. I look at this Boise team. It's obviously not the same team from last year. I think this is going to be a tight game. I know it was a blowout the first time, but I lean UNLV now that it's over a field goal.
If you had a Heisman vote, are you going Sayin, Pavia, Mendoza? Who are you voting for today?
He's not going to win it, but I would vote for Diego Pavia because what they've done at Vanderbilt is one of the most amazing things I've seen since Snyder went to Kansas State and turned them into a perennial power. It's so hard to win there. And listen, he's not going to win it because he had to win one of those two games from Alabama or Texas. I get the argument. He had to win one of those two. But I just think he's been sensational all year. The Mendoza, I think Mendoza's out if he doesn't make that pass against Penn State. I know that was a great play at the end. There just hasn't been any clear. I don't think, and no one's blown me away this year. I think Mendoza and Sayin have been good, but I don't think most years they would win the Heisman. But I think, in my opinion, I think Sayin had to have like a huge, huge game against Michigan. I know it wasn't his fault that they'd had a lead and the weather was bad, but when he didn't have a massive game or a Heisman moment there, I think it's Mendoza now.
I don't know, Tom. We were talking about this yesterday, and Sam was pointing out Pavia goes from 6-1 down to at some places shorter than 2-1 right now as a second favorite over the last couple of days without a sample size. We know he doesn't have another game, and I get that, but he's jumped Sayin. Love, certainly he's done now, and he doesn't have another game. And Sam was bringing up Falika's points, and it's interesting because when it comes to the Heisman time, we break things down by regions, and you've got 3 guys in the Midwest, right, kind of stealing from each other with Mendoza, Love, Sayin, and then Pavia is going to get love from the South. Pavia is going to get love from the West. I don't think it's a crazy idea.
No, that's a good point. And again, I don't think Sayin or Mendoza have played to the point where they're locks, right? And listen, I did a story years ago on Heisman voters, and people would be shocked to find out when they actually make their decisions and how they vote. They would be. I don't know if it's the same now. This was like 15 years ago, but they don't make their decisions till late in the season, and sometimes they have real biases towards people and teams. So Pavia has the narrative, right? People love him. They love his moxie. They love the story. He's got the story behind him with Vanderbilt. So it wouldn't shock me if he snuck up and won it.
Tom Casale with us on Bet Sweats. That's college football. I know you've been watching a lot more college basketball, though. For somebody that hasn't watched much and asks you the question, what have I missed in the first month and change? What are some of the bullet points you'd respond with?
Yeah, well, I know when I was on your show before the season, I mentioned I think when healthy, UConn's the best team. I think the way they play defense when they have all their players, they didn't have their full team until they played Illinois on Saturday. And they blasted them, and then they just won at Kansas. So I think they're the best team. You know, I know Florida started out slowly, but last night I thought was a good spot to buy low on Florida, and they almost beat Duke. You know, keep an eye on Florida as the season goes on. I think they're going to be fine. Gonzaga's look great. I think they're still a little overvalued. They love to go to these tournaments in November and win. We'll see what happens there. And Kentucky is struggling right now. They don't have their full lineup in, so we'll see how that goes. Louisville is really good. And if you're looking for a mid-major, watch out for George Mason. They have power conference players there that Tony Skinn has recruited to George Mason through the transfer portal. They're really, really good. That's the one mid-major team right now I could see winning a game or two in the tournament.
So we both love futures. Have you bet futures on any of those teams that you're talking about? Or is that like a list of, okay, this is what I've seen, keeping a close eye. I'm still kind of going through those waters and figuring out when I want to jump.
Yeah, I like George Mason to win the A10 at 10-1. It's around that number. I think that's a good number for them. I'll be honest with you. I screwed up on UConn. Their schedule was so tough. I didn't bet them preseason because I was like, well, boy, this is a monster schedule. They're going to lose a couple of these games, and I might be able to get a better number. I don't think that's going to happen now. So I'm still looking at them. And again, I think there's some value on Florida. Remember, they lost a lot of team leaders, right? People don't look at that aspect. They look at production. I always look like, does the team lose leadership? If they do, it might take them a couple months to round into form. New guys step up as the leaders. And, I think that's a team right now that even though they lost to TCU, they lost to Florida, they didn't look great against Florida State. When the SEC comes around, I think Florida's going to be right in the mix again.
I had a buddy who doesn't really watch a lot of college ball. And granted, Joe and I have been so wrapped up in football, NFL, and college. I haven't watched as much as I'd admit. Or like to admit, rather. But he texted me, he goes, you got to bet Michigan to win the title. And then I'm like, okay, well, there's a reason for this. And then I pulled up their schedule. They beat Auburn by 30, Gonzaga by 40, and they're favored to win the title. So when a guy like that texts you, everybody knows at that point, right, that Michigan's pretty good.
Yeah, what they did in that 3-day span, I don't know if I've seen that before. Just hammering three good teams by 30. That was really impressive. I'll admit. But again, now the value's gone, right? Now Michigan's the favorite right now. They still got to play Purdue. They still got to play Michigan State. One of the things about these games in the Bahamas and Hawaii, I don't try to overreact to them. Because a team can it's the same thing as the NCAA tournament. A team can get hot in one of those neutral court, those neutral site tournaments. And I'm not saying Michigan isn't a good team, but they still got a lot of tough games throughout the season. So if you do like Michigan, I think you'll get a better number than this.
Tom, before we let you go, I want to get some quick thoughts, if you have any, on the Saturday matchups, because if the 11 a.m. football games aren't interesting to you, we got some monster games in college hoops. You've got Duke and Michigan State. You've got Purdue and Iowa State, both at noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central Time. And then at night, Illinois and Tennessee. Anything on any of those games?
Yeah, I like Purdue. at home. Feels like a game where they lock down Iowa State, and Iowa State shoots like 28% from the field. You know, the Cyclones have those games. It's a bad matchup for Iowa State because Purdue doesn't turn the ball over. And when Iowa State isn't getting in transition, they can struggle to score. And I think, initially I liked Illinois plus the points, but Tennessee lost at Syracuse. So now they're coming home after that loss. I think that's going to be a tough game for Illinois. Tennessee might beat them up in the paint, but I really like Purdue on Saturday.
All right, good stuff. Tom Casale at the Tom Casale over on X. Check him out over at Sportsline and CBS Sports Network. Thank you so much, Tom. Best of luck this weekend. Caroline Fenton on the other side. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Feels like every time I look up during a break, we got another coach hired in college football. Another coach is leaving in college football. The news has not stopped. And no, we're waiting on the conference championship games. And then we get that reveal one more time for the college football playoff. Welcome back. It is Bet Sweats Joe O. Sammy P here with you on a Wednesday morning, BetMGM Network. Now joining us, Caroline Fenton from Yahoo Sports. Check her out on Yahoo Sports Daily. I'm assuming no lack of content there, Caroline, on the show, just like us here.
I'm so tired. I am so overwhelmed in the best possible way. That is like 0% of me complaining and more so just like an effective drinking coaching news from a fire hose. And it comes from my own personal fandom. If it's hard to ignore the bright golden helmet behind me. So it's me being emotionally invested into my own team's coaching search. It's every time, like you said, I open my phone, every time I open up Twitter or ESPN.com, it's this coach is going there and Colin Klein is returning to Kansas State, and Kalani Sitake's going to stay at BYU, and who the hell's going to coach Penn State? I don't know. That's a great question. It is the best time of year. It really is. I live for this. We all do. We love the drama. But I'm also like, hey, we have football games this weekend. Let's not forget, like, football is still happening in college.
Is Lane going to just get every good player in that New Orleans, Louisiana region now? Is that what's going to happen going forward?
He better. That's the reason why he came to LSU, right? Or at least what he was telling us why he came to LSU was not just the pageantry and the pomp and the circumstance. It's not just 65,000 people in the stadium for the Egg Bowl, which was fewer than the capacity at Tiger Stadium when LSU was playing, a 4-5 Arkansas team that didn't have a head coach. It's not just all of that. It's also, I have to think, how easy it is to recruit at LSU. You are smack dab in the middle of the most talent-saturated area, not even state, but area in South Louisiana with Lafayette and Baton Rouge, New Orleans. Like, that is like shooting fish in a barrel. So many of those kids grow up wanting to play for LSU. It doesn't matter if LSU is terrible. It doesn't matter who's coaching LSU. Those kids grow up and want to go to LSU. No longer do you have to, work with Mississippi State or, in Florida when you're competing with Miami and Florida State, now South Florida, now that they've been on the national map. You don't really compete with anybody else in the state of Louisiana. So I have to think that's why he came there. So I think that locking down the state of Louisiana is and should be, not just for Lane Kiffin, but for anybody who's the head coach at LSU, is to lock down the state of Louisiana. And Lane's a great recruiter. He's been able to recruit a ton of talent to Ole Miss, but a lot of that talent came through the transfer portal. So how does Lane prioritize recruiting out of high school and keeping in-state talent in-state? That's a big question that I have.
Outside of all the drama, and there was a lot of it, and
there's
still more to come probably. Yeah. What I was most interested in, and I do take everything that Lane says with a huge grain of salt. He's a known liar. People have been talking about this for decades. You can go back to Al Davis when he was talking about it. But something that he was talking about at his press conference was, okay, all the offers, it's all the same. There's one thing that's different at LSU. And he wasn't kissing the ass of any president or anything about how great it is here. There's some of that, but it was about the money for the players. Oh, how far we've come. He was just straight up about that. The difference was LSU had more money for the best players out there than any other school that was talking to me. I found that to be fascinating that he would put it out there, even though we know this is the reality now. For him to put it out there at a press conference was fascinating.
It's a sign of the times. Just like a five-star quarterback flipping from Georgia to Vanderbilt. It is a different world that we're living in college sports. And it's true. The NIL money that's available to LSU was richer than it was at Ole Miss. And I think another thing that's important to point out as well is now that we're entering the clearinghouse era of NIL, you're going to have every NIL deal go through the clearinghouse and say, okay, check, yes, it's kosher. That is a true, legitimate, quid pro quo NIL deal. And of course you have, rev share as well, but with the clearinghouse, LSU has such a strong social brand Look at Livy Dunn. Livy Dunn was a kind of middle of the road gymnast on that LSU team who is now a multi-millionaire because of the brand she was able to build at LSU. I look at Angel Reese, both of them. They were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. They were the focus of an Amazon docuseries about NIL. You look at, like, if you watch a game on Sundays, you're gonna watch not just any other old LSU player. Like, you're gonna watch an LSU player that is a household name in the National Football League, whether it's Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Derek Stingley Jr. I mean, there is so much talent just in the NFL alone. And you look at the big, broad landscape of sports as a whole, it's hard to argue that there's a bigger social media brand that you can build upon than LSU has. And I think that's a big feather in LSU's cap that, frankly, there's not a knock on Ole Miss, but Ole Miss doesn't have that same kind of brand weight that, let's say, the Texases, the Alabamas, the LSU's have.
As for the games on Saturday, the two big ones we know, Big Ten, SEC. Ohio State's a 4.5-point favorite on Indiana. Georgia, 2.5-point favorite on Alabama. Where do you want to start?
We can start the SEC championship game. That's where I'll be this weekend, heading to Atlanta tomorrow afternoon. And I know that history is not on Georgia's side. Kirby Smart is 1-7 against Alabama, which is made even more wild when you look at the fact that he is 115-13 against everybody else. There is this kind of like Alabama bugaboo that's been hanging over Kirby Smart and this Georgia program. But I'm still going to take Georgia to win, and I'm still going to take Georgia to cover the 2.5. I might be wrong on that, but if I'm wrong betting on Kirby Smart, so be it, because I've been wrong so many times betting against Kirby Smart. And I think this game feels wildly different this go around than it did maybe earlier in the season. It felt like Georgia and Gunnar Stockton primarily were still kind of figuring things out early in the season. Remember, it went to overtime against Tennessee. They were down 21-7 at halftime or near halftime. They were just kind of barely skating by and barely winning games early in the season. Gunnar Stockton has gotten significantly better week over week. It feels like he has a really good grasp of what he wants to do in this offense and what's asked of him. And then add on top of the fact that he has just incredible high football IQ and he has just kind of like football guy mentality. I think that Georgia's pass rush is going to be stifling. I think the defense has gotten better week over week. And we've seen Alabama maybe take a couple of steps back. Like I heard Hunter Yurachek on the college football playoff reveal show last night that, hey, they were up 21 points on Auburn. Yeah, they were also tied with Auburn, a team that's not even making a bowl game and moved on from their coach midway through the season. So I think that Georgia right now is the hotter team. I think that Georgia right now is the team that's gotten better week over week, and just frankly the team that I trust more and the coach that I trust more. But I think either way, there's been a lot of discussion about a 3-loss, 10-3 Alabama team getting in. We saw the College Football Playoff Committee last night tell you that even a 10-3 Alabama team with a loss in the SEC championship game is still going to get in. And whoever wins that game, I think will have a first-round bye.
With Caroline Fenton of Yahoo Sports, the ACC praying that Virginia wins this game against Duke. Will they?
I think so. I mean, they are. I mean, the ACC is praying for their playoff lives. I look at the JMUs out there that are probably cheering for Duke louder than any other Duke fan ever has in their history. But I feel like Virginia has quietly been a really solid football team, really for the entirety of this season. I think, though, it is criminal that Miami is not in this game. I think it is such a clear and obvious flaw in the college football playoff system that we have a 4-loss Duke team that has a path to competing for a championship. That is such a disservice to the Vanderbilts of the world, to the Miamis of the world, to the Texases of the world that are on the outside looking in and probably don't have a path to breaking into that top 12. So I do think Virginia will be able to get it done. I really do. But this whole ACC championship game as a whole, frankly, just makes me so frustrated for the current system that we're in. In no world should Miami be left out of a conference championship game over a 4-loss Duke team.
5 losses 7-5.
5 loss. Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah.
5
Like,
now, yes.
I was giving them more credit than they deserved.
Yes.
I know. I was like,
Crazy.
I want to kind of accentuate her point.
Yes.
5 loss Duke team.
It's ridiculous. Most teams
Um,
fire their head coaches when they go 7-5. Dukes go into
true.
the conference championship game.
So you brought up Miami. The pitchforks are out on both sides, Miami, Notre Dame. If you're on the committee and you have to pick one or the other, I have no idea what you're going to say, but I'm curious. Who do you take of the two?
Yeah, I mean, the committee has said that this is one of the most hotly Notre Dame, Alabama, Notre Dame, Miami, one of the most hotly contested 2 teams in this college football playoff race. And I understand why. Notre Dame looks like the better team right now. Notre Dame has gotten better week over week. Miami's regressed a little bit. But Notre Dame was number 10 in the playoff rankings last night. Miami was number 12. And they're discussing and debating it a lot. If it's that close, wouldn't it be great if we had a head-to-head result to maybe like help us out a little bit here? Oh, wait, we do. We do have a head-to-head result. Miami beat Notre Dame point blank period. And yes, it was a long time ago. Yes, it was the beginning of the season. Yes, Notre Dame does look like a much improved and much better team than they did at the beginning of the season, but it still happened. Now, Miami, don't lose to Louisville at home. If you don't want your resume to be picked apart and put under a microscope, don't lose games that you have no business losing. But still, I think head-to-head should matter. I think scheduling these tough non-conference, Power 4 games should matter as well. But I think head-to-head should matter. And if it's that close, if the data points are so close and the resumes are so reminiscent of one another that we can debate it this much, then head-to-head has to be the tiebreaker.
I'm really concerned that a lot of schools are going to do what's already happening in the SEC, and I understand it. If I'm Texas, I'm not scheduling Ohio State again, so I'm out. Like, you could point to the losses
they're out
like
because
Florida.
they lost to Florida.
I know, but okay. What if they have 2 losses? Are they in the SEC? I think they're in.
I think they're in because they have that win over A&M, and that's a better win than any other team on the bubble has. But don't lose. They don't have 2 losses. We can play the what if game all day long, but they did lose to a Florida team that fired their coach. That's a bad loss. I don't think they're being penalized for losing to Ohio State, just like I don't think Notre Dame is being overly penalized for losing to Miami. In fact, I think that's actually a positive thing on Notre Dame's resume is that they're getting incentivized for scheduling those difficult, non-conference, obviously every game is non-conference for Notre Dame, but those difficult Power 4 games. I think Texas is where they are in the rankings because they went on the road to Ohio State in a very narrow loss. I think they'd be much further down the line if they didn't have that. And let's say they were a 3-loss team with a win over, Butt Crack State University.
Butt Crack State, my favorite.
Yeah. G5 powerhouse.
Look, everybody wants more teams, 16 teams, 24 teams. If this was a 4-team playoff, it would be so easy to just pick the top 4 and move on. Like, I want less. I don't want more. And maybe that's a hot take, but I don't need 24 freaking teams in the playoff, Caroline.
I don't need it. And it is funny how every time we have a new iteration of the college football postseason, we yearn for what we used to have. When we had 4 teams, it was like, oh, the BCS was so good. Let's just make computers decide. And then now that we have 12 teams, we're like, well, we could really just use 4. And then inevitably, when the playoff expands to 16 and 24, and I don't know, why don't we just go ahead and expand to 68? We're all going to be looking back on the times when it really felt fair and right and justified. And everyone is going to feel wronged if they're on the outside looking in. I saw Diego Pavia pleading to Donald Trump, asking him to expand the playoff. Like, is that really where we are right now in college football? Like, if you're 14, you're going to feel wronged. In a 16-team playoff, if you're 18, you're going to feel wronged. But are all of these teams legitimate national championship contenders? Throw resume, throw deserving out the window. Are you good enough to compete for a national championship? Yes or no? Those are the teams that should be in the playoff.
But did Diego Pavia's mom do any begging to President Trump like this? Yeah.
How much pull does Theo Vaughn have
I'm
in
leaving.
the expansion of the playoff? That's the real question. Diego Pavia's mom might just be the unsung hero of college football. Who would have thought?
That's right. More
Who'd
drama.
thunk it?
Final
So Joe froze and Sam left. So thanks for joining
What a
us,
show
Caroline.
this is.
Been great to have you, and good luck
appreciate
with
it.
Lane.
Awesome.
And
Thank you
go
so
Georgia,
much.
because I've got a Georgia future. So let's go Dogs.
Well, go Dogs for that. Enjoy the championship games this weekend. Appreciate it, as always.
Thanks, Caroline. All right, we'll be back with more bet sweats and lightning bets after this. This has been
Paul,
great.
we have 15 seconds. Can we just talk about how stupid this show is?
Oh, this is perfect, actually. Yeah. How many? 10? 9, 8.
Yeah.
All right, lightning bets next. I'm on the Lions tomorrow. How about you, Jake? Bye.
Lions always.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
That was a perfect way to end this segment. The one moment on this entire show of 3 hours, can't have internet fail. Internet fails right before we go to break, and it happens like the moment after you took your headphone off as we're about to go to break because it didn't matter. Crazy.
I was not.
I thought I handled
back.
that great.
I was not coming back. I thought about turning the corner and coming back, but I figured Paul and Jake would figure it out, and they did.
There you go. There you go.
Can I put that on my resume reel?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that was your tryout.
Yeah. All right. Ooh.
Joe, my favorite part of Paul's toss.
Oh.
Jake says, "Paul, we still have 15 seconds," and then Paul just starts 10, 9, 8.
Oh,
counting
Jesus.
down. Yes,
that's not good.
The best.
It's like the start of a podcast or everybody posts on social media now, where it's I think it's like StreamYard. It starts at 30. I'm like, really? Can we get the countdown starting at 10 or 5 or something? We got to do it at 30. It looks like you're looking at a sky of stars. Stupid.
It's bad producing. Producing.
I start mine at 60, so I feel seen.
60-second countdown?
Well, here's why. You have to go live, and then you have to make sure all the streams are live. That's my excuse. When I go live on StreamYard, I have to make sure it's on this Twitter, that Twitter, YouTube Live. Got to make sure the ticker's working. Because if you had like more than one person on my show, it'd be different. But if you're doing everything, you need 60 seconds feels like 20. And then you're like, we're live, and like the ticker's not up, or you're not live on Twitter or whatever. Or
you're
chicken
producing
dinner
and
spelled
hosting.
wrong. Yeah,
Yes.
producing, hosting, directing, booking, all that.
I will say, man, 6 minutes or how long are our breaks? I don't know if I've ever figured that out. But like 5-6 minutes compared to like what 2.5 in TV. Holy hell, it's a lifetime. It's amazing. Like you got to figure out so much stuff in 2 minutes when you're producing TV. Well, maybe I'll find out again. I don't know.
You have a lot more breaks though, right? Per hour?
No.
No. Yeah.
You have 3 breaks an hour? That's it?
No, there's more, but it might be 4 and the term break like at the end. So it's only like one more.
Well, I'm trying to think because we did that half-hour show on Nesson, and we'd come out
got 3.
at 5.
2 internals.
We'd break at like 08 or 09, and then break again at 20, and then be done at 27:50 or whatever.
30 or 50, yeah.
So that's 3 breaks in a half hour.
Yeah.
Well, the third break is the end of the show.
Right.
So like for an hour, probably 4 internals and the end.
So the breaks are it's probably the same amount of commercials. Just cut in half.
Can we follow up with a question here,
maybe.
Paul? Paul, how long have you been producing this show?
It's going to be 4 years and 7 months, not 5 years, I guess.
And you still don't know how long the breaks are.
They're in the rundown, Sam. And Gertch and Jake are all over it.
Like, wow, this is interesting. Yes. It just hit him after almost 5 years that these breaks are a lot longer than when he was in TV.
No, I'm saying I've appreciated it. You get so much more done. You get to step away.
Yeah.
You get to, I don't know, whatever.
Joe had to rescue
Ponder
a bird
life.
during one of the breaks.
Yeah, you can get a bird out of a filter. You can't do that when you got a 2-minute
all
break.
the time. Yes.
Make your dog puke up whatever he just ate. Clean
Bother
it up.
my wife.
And still get back.
She starts yelling at me because she's on a work call, and I start messing with her. Like, yeah, got to do that. Oh man, what do we want to talk about? Oh yeah, did you see our tweet from Slapjack in reaction to our college football playoff conversation that we both received?
No.
I'm at
Did
Joe
not see it.
Ostrowski, Sam at SP Shoot. Guys, love the show, but we have to stop with the ND bull blank. To say Notre Dame is a better team is wrong. They lost to Miami. It doesn't matter what the bleeping projected number would be now. Maybe it's Chris Felica. This is Burner.
Could be. Okay, so if Miami is better than Notre Dame, why does every poll have Notre Dame ahead of Miami?
Yes.
Every single poll. AP, Coach, CFP, Vegas odds makers say Notre Dame is better. I got Matoy Pearson's numbers right here. He's got Notre Dame 4 points better than Miami. Like, just because it happened one time doesn't mean it's the grand equalizer of all things. It's not.
Okay, so what if that game happened last week? Is it a different
Miami's
conversation?
in. Yes, 100%.
Yes.
That's a freshman quarterback making his first ever start on the road, and they almost won. And we bet Miami in the game. Like, that's the craziest part. Like, if anybody has a right to be selfish or biased on this stupid argument, it's me. Because I will financially gain from Miami making the playoff. I will make $2,000. And I'm sitting here saying Notre Dame is better. Notre Dame should be in.
Wouldn't you also financially gain with Texas?
Yes.
Too? And you're not making that argument. Like, there are
No.
people making that argument, but you understand the reality of the situation. I do disagree with Caroline on that. I'm like, if I'm Texas, I'm not scheduling Ohio State again. Like, in their mind, they got screwed, and they have the resume as far as the quality of wins, and they got hurt for scheduling Ohio State when they didn't have to go out and schedule Ohio State. They can do what Alabama does. They can do what Ole Miss does with the penultimate game of the season, just some garbage team where they don't even put the point spread on the board. That's a lot of SEC games. A couple weeks ago, nothing was on the board because of their opponent. Was it Ole Miss? They played Eastern Illinois. Like, that's what you're going to see more of. That's the reality. Oh, 3 losses, you're out. Well, why schedule tough teams? And so that's something else that the committee is trying to balance. I understand where you're coming from, Slapjack, but it is not that simple. We have more information now. Why wouldn't you use the more information instead of deciding everything like it was decided 10, 15 years ago? That's insane to me, especially when the game happened in August, when Notre Dame had a bad defense, when they didn't know about this quarterback. So there you have it. Have you had crumble cookie?
Very good. I love a crumble.
So are they in every city?
Definitely the big cities.
Yeah. So I asked that question, obviously, because crumble cookie played a major factor in what's happening with BYU and Penn State. And Penn State swinging and missing once again. 24 hours ago, we were sitting here like, who's going to be the Penn State coach? I don't know. I guess it's going to be Satake. But that was coming to Clearview last night, and it came out that, nope, he's staying at BYU. A couple of the biggest boosters, including the owner of Crumble Cookie, got involved to up the ante. So Satake's staying with BYU. It doesn't matter what happens in this weekend's game, whether they're in the playoff or not. He is staying, and Penn State misses out again. What the hell are they going to do? I'm hearing people talk about Daboll. I'm hearing people talk about Mike Tomlin, that if the Steelers actually fire Tomlin, look at what Tomlin could maybe do in college football, and he could go to Penn State, make that transition. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do, man. You went over the list earlier. It's a lengthy one of the names that have been talked about for Penn State, and they said, not interested. I've got a better opportunity.
So Crumble has been in the news multiple times in the last 48 hours. There were people from BYU sending crumble cookies to Penn State's athletic director, which is very funny. And then Jake told us that James Franklin was bringing crumble cookies to Virginia Tech. So it's a great week to be a crumble cookie investor, huh?
Man. Yeah, and I was actually there maybe a week ago with my daughter, and what they charge, I see why the guy's a multi-billionaire that has the money. But they are delicious. It's awesome. Of course, my wife has a rewards number there. I'm like, yeah, of course we do. But what a business. What a smart way to go about things. Damn. I just need to come up with a business like that. That's it. Now they have, somebody sent me a picture of this yesterday. I've talked about the gas and washes in my area. They're like everywhere. Now they have taco trucks inside the gas and washes. I'm like, why didn't I come up with that idea? Always missing out.
Because that's what you need at the car wash. Tacos. After you get your car cleaned, let's eat tacos and spill
Dude.
them out all over the car.
They've got everything. Some of them have fried chicken places in there. The ones by me have Beggar's Pizza, like in a hot oven that they're selling in there. They've got a hot dog station, the Vienna beef hot dogs for like $1. It's like the Costco price for like $1.50 or $2. It's wild, man. You go to the gas station. Oh, and by me, the slots, the old people in the slots area all day. They sit there all day on those slot machines. They must be making a killing, man. They have everything at the gas station now.
Maybe we should work there.
You think I haven't been thinking the wheels are turning? Like, I don't know what's next. I might be at the gas station. Damn it. All right, what
if I go to a taco truck and Joe O is in the back cooking up meat for tacos, I'm walking away.
Walking away?
Jake.
You're not going to buy?
No.
Jake, there's your weight loss plan. There it is. That's how you get food.
Food poisoning from Joe O's taco truck?
Yes.
You wouldn't trust me?
I'd invest.
It's not a you thing, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not. Do you honestly? I've thought about this a lot. Like every time I go shopping, like I was in the grocery store, I'm like, wait a second, am I going to be stocking shelves in a couple months? Am I going to be like that guy? And I saw a guy yesterday. He was so
frustrated.
frustrated.
Joe O at a Trader Joe's. Has to be nice to everybody.
Trader Joe.
The Hawaiian
Trader
shirt.
Joe.
Kill me. No. Yeah, and it's my name. Like, yeah. There's a cookie Joe O, too. It's a cereal. It's like their Cheerios, Joe O's. They have there. No, I can't deal with any of that. But yeah, no. I was watching a guy yesterday. He was all frustrated, putting up like the sea salt, and he couldn't find it. I'm like, oh my God, that's going to be me in a couple months. Anyways, did you have a bet, Sam? Sorry.
Yeah, let me give you one lightning bet, because that's what you're here for. Eagles to win, Georgia to win this weekend, plus 185.
Good stuff. Can you tell it's near the end? Who cares?
Go Birds.
All right, we'll be back tomorrow here on Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad.